I'll just say that 22% of the cases reported to our community partners were young girls, young Navajo girls over the age of 18. Of these cases, and this is where we're doing cross-section or co-occurring, there's no Navajo Nation program that is dealing specifically with missing person or this missing and murdered. And some of these tribal coalitions, their focus is on domestic violence, so they're not receiving any funding to deal with the missing and murdered. And so what we're now looking at is trying to see from the data how many of these individuals who are missing have also had some history with domestic violence, or working with medical practitioners have received medical for sexual assault. And so that has a lot of challenges because of HIPAA laws. There's a lot of challenges on privacy, and also just the reluctance of people to go in and actually get services provided. Something that I think is important for all of us to know, that there's little to no data on our relatives who identified LGBTQI. And at the beginning of what I would present, I actually would have a blank page, because there's nothing out there that tells us their experience. There's one federal study for all of the United States, but there's little to nothing to be known on what's our Navajo experience, whether they're here at home or if they're going to school and in the surrounding work.
So, a lot of the issues that are occurring on the Navajo Nation definitely is social systemic issues, and a lot of it is attributed to intergenerational trauma, stemming from colonization, even Christianizations of the areas, just a lot of that westernized culture that was being integrated and disrupted our domestic way of life, our languages, how we do day to day. I know we had a presenter that was going to provide a historical perspective on how westernization did affect the role of men, how it influenced patriarchal values, how it also contributed to toxic masculinity, where some of our male relatives are perpetrators, but a lot of that just has to do with providing that support to our male relatives, such as mental behavioral health or even spiritual healing. And a lot of that is a discussion that we're hoping to start today. Those are definitely areas that we need to look at, because Mr. Sands made a great point that our male relatives are generally demonized because of the violence that is perpetrated. So I think it's really important for all of us to really start thinking about the root of how that happens, and a lot of it is attributed to the intergenerational trauma. So we're going to provide a couple examples of cases. So I think a lot of us are familiar with 26-year-old Kaczynski Ariel Gay. She went missing in July 2017. The last person that she was seen with, that she had any contact with, was her boyfriend. Efforts were made by law enforcement, and searches ensued on the Navajo Nation, on the New Mexico side and the Arizona side. Sadly, part of her remains, I believe it was part of her remains, was recovered in October 2017 in Fresno Canyon, Arizona, and her case is ongoing. So that is one illustration of what's occurring on the Navajo Nation. I have one. Yes.
And so we have permission from her family to raise more awareness about what happened with Ariel. I think that's first and foremost, that we continue to work with the family who want to share and who want to keep their information confidential. Ariel had previous was ongoing, and so some of her family members feel that this is more than just a case of her missing. It's a case of intimidation, in this case to silence her forever. And so Ariel's mom brought this before the Law and Order Committee and asked for help to search for her daughter. And then when her remains were found, her mom asked for justice to take place so that her case would be actively investigated. In that, in working with the family, unfortunately, we lost her mom because of health problems. And the anguish and the anxiety and the pain that she just could not get over losing her daughter. And so that just exacerbated her medical condition. And so her sister now is the one that advocates for her. And she shared with us, we had our first ever vigil for victims of violence on Navajo Nation. And her sister came out and said, the FBI actually notified her that there's no more movement in the case, so now this case is going to be considered a cold case. And why that's important is because we're also looking at what point our cold cases determine. And this is actually a case that we are going to refer to the special FBI task force that are going to start reviewing these cases of our discriminated women. And so the families not only then have to try to find their relatives, but also make sure the investigation is proper. And so we're following it along the way and making sure that really it's justice for Ariel and her legacy, and really shed light on how this can impact not only the individual who's missing, but also the family members, and the ongoing support that her sister needs in terms of behavioral health and treatment, and her isolation and what we can do to move forward. Unfortunately, I am familiar with these cases. Any of you in the field know that you have to work intimately with the family. They come to you out of despair. We did lose Amber Dakota Webster in 2018, and her case was originated out of Kentucky. And we were notified of Navajo Nation through social media. Her union workers and teamsters were concerned about what happened to her, her violent death, then submitted her what happened in Kentucky to my social media. And the reason why I want to say that is not so much of what happened in her case, but we're looking at how can Navajo Nation be notified when there's a Navajo missing from outside of our jurisdiction. And so it's no longer just saying we're only going to deal with what happens here on Navajo. Our children, our family, we're constantly moving, we're going to college, we go to work, we come back. But for Navajo Nation, we should know what's happening to our relatives. And so there was no official notification. There's no requirement to be notified. But that is something that we are requesting of our other partners to work with local law enforcement so that Navajo Nation is notified when there's an act of violence or an individual is missing. And so Amber was employed, she had to move from state to state, follow the jobs, then that also means temporary housing, living in hotels, meeting other people. And so what happened with Amber was she was brutally stabbed by an individual who was known to have mental illness, who was concerned to the community. And so this case we're still following, but what's important is her family here organized a rally last month, organized a rally in this area, and so women from the north rode in, women from the west, from the east, from the south, all rode in, and so Julie, tell that story. The 14th.
at ways to help protect our women and for them that self-defense. So in June, they will be doing a self-defense seminar. This will be in Page. So it was a great turnout. There were several people. We actually had Mr. Sands there who was doing some filming, and that's how we became connected. So there are a lot of movements just like this, whether it was Amanda Webster or Ariel Kaczynski or even one of our own members, Donovan Quintero. These movements are very important. If there's any type of event that you're holding or vigil, we're here to support you, we're here to be there for you. So definitely they reached out to us and we're very open armed about creating that awareness for families. So I know we talked about how we don't have much information on our LGBTQ relatives, but there were 3 transgender cases that occurred in Albuquerque, New Mexico. 23-year-old Vera Shea Husky, 32-year-old Kelly Watson, and 42-year-old Kato Terry Denali. Within this time frame, I believe the area where they were assaulted and ultimately murdered was an area that was south of the I-40. I think they used to call it the war zone. So this is definitely a picture of our transgender and LGBTQ relatives who are targeted. They are one of our most vulnerable populations, and they get very little light when we talk about these issues. So I wanted to make sure that we included that. Most recently, in April 2019, Roger Paul Preston was convicted and sentenced to 16 years in prison for the murder of Kato Denali. That was one success story where it did end up with a prosecution and some jail time. It's not much, but we're hoping for the same outcome for the other 2 cases.
And so as we move forward in what families want to share, Utah has some interesting challenges, not only in the jurisdiction, but for Navajo Nation, we have 3 states we deal with. And so for every state, we have to deal with different ways that the Department of the Attorney General prosecutes and how the FBI agents work out some of the claims. But what this case demonstrates is the age range. So although the average is 31, Grandma Holidays, who was 62 years old, and she was murdered at her home in 2015. And she was really attacked and suffered severe head trauma, and ultimately Mr. Smith shot her in the head fatally. And so what he did was, when we look at this case, is not only how she was brutally beaten and murdered, but what he did after her post-mortem in terms of using, tying up her body, dragging her to another location to try to hide her body. And so we're lucky that Mr. Smith was indicted by a federal grand jury. He was sentenced to at least 20 years, and so he'll serve his time in federal prison. I'm getting really emotional talking about these cases. So what we want to do is, our next forum is going to be in Utah, where we're going to be talking with the Attorney General's office. They were granted an individual in there to start reviewing all of these missing and murdered cases. And for Navajo Nation, what we're requesting is for them to give us a briefing on each case, on where they at in the investigation, was there any type of federal prosecution, and then if there wasn't, a loophole that we found was the federal attorney generals were not necessarily notifying Navajo Nation, because although we have limited amount of time that we could sentence an individual, on Navajo Nation we can still sentence someone for murder. have that option. It's not considered double jeopardy, and we just have not had that opportunity yet. So, why is this important? First of all, nobody's telling the story. As community members, this may be the first time you're hearing about some of these cases. You may have read about them in the paper. But for me and for advocates and individuals who want to do prevention work is when we're not able to tell a comprehensive story of what's happening in our communities, then what we do in prevention or awareness, it's like a shotgun approach, where you just scatter all these limited resources. What we want to do is have an understanding of what's happening out there in the communities. And so we've been working with Navajo Nation Police Department. They track and they provide monthly reports to the DIA. And so we're collecting that data. We're comparing it with what Navajo criminal investigators are reporting. And so we know that IHS help criminal investigators digitize their data so that we can have some comparative data. But when we compare that to stories in the community or community-based research, there's still a huge contrast. So what does that mean? That means the data sets that we currently have are not telling the whole story. So we're not telling the whole story, then there's people and families that we're not looking at. And so we understand that a lot of our programs are underfunded. We know that individuals in their own capacity have tried to raise this issue, so now we hear you, we validate your concerns, and we're working together in partnership. But we also want to know from this data is some entities continue to still dismiss that this is a problem. And so I have to sternly push back on that assertion and saying if we don't have the right numbers, that's just telling us that somebody who's supposed to be accountable is not putting that into the system, or someone's not cross-referencing, or the programs that are supposed to be addressing this, someone has dropped the ball. And instead of pointing fingers, to say, how can we work together? So because we want to raise awareness, we want all of our relatives to come back home, we want to decrease victim blaming, and we need everyone to realize that this creates a mental hardship on the families that are waiting for their relatives to come home. So imagine those children whose parents are missing. We expect them to go to school and thrive and do well, but yet we don't offer them the support and the long-term resources that they need to cope with their parent not coming home. So it's not a law enforcement issue, it's not a social service issue, it's not a medical issue, it's a Navajo Nation community issue. And so all of us working together can be part of the solution. And so it's important because our federal funding has never been available to look at what was happening, at the incidents that were happening across not only Navajo Nation, but across the Indian country. And if you're familiar with the granting system, you might see in like the last 8 to 9 months, you're now starting to see this federal kind of some funding come through to address this, to give support so that Native nations can start organizing and how they're looking at their data. You know, now different states have their task force, federal government has a task force, and of course Navajo Nation have ours. So what our institute wants to do is track the cases. That's important to our families, and it's tracking cases not only that's other Navajo Nation PD, but all border counties. So people always ask me, well, how can we do this? If you're familiar with the Indian Child Welfare Act, once there's a Native child in the system, they have to, by federal law, notify the tribe. And so we want something similar, where if there's a murder case or someone's missing, we want them to be able to, or mandated to report to the nation, so at least we can track the case. We want to make sure that the data collected is valid. And then most important for me as a delegate is what policies do we need to change to make this a reality? And so we have some very old laws in the books that are not up to date. There's very little laws that do anything digital, anything that happens with the phone. We have the laws that I talked about with the Major Crimes Act. And so not only do we have issues with jurisdiction, but it's also how many years or the type of conviction or the type of detention we can provide to these perpetrators. So some people talk about self-determination, and we want to serve as our own clearinghouse. We want to tell our own story. We're no longer going to just rely on the federal government to tell us what's happening in our own land. Because when we met with them 4 years ago, they told me there was a human trafficking, and it was happening. They told me missing people are not an issue, and then these stories get disclosed. And so I think in terms of where we're at, the days of just relying on them to tell us what's important and what's not are over. So there would be opportunities for increased federal funding. For me and others is creating strategies to combat violence, looking at who are offenders in the communities, who are habitual offenders. I know PD, working with your colleagues, kind of know who are individuals, who are the homes that you're constantly getting called on. But when we start doing case studies on the individuals who are missing, it tells a story. That individual just could not go home, but they probably had contact with either the criminal system, they had some contact with people at school, with the medical, and so we're trying to shore up all those issues because we want to bring awareness and prevention. That's important to us, and if what the community here, as we talked about earlier, was the meth and the drugs in the community, if that is then the primary factor on why partnership with law enforcement on Pine Ridge. And so for 3 years, they upped the agents there. They provided them as much resources or increased the resources by like 300%. And they targeted a certain area. And they started seeing a result, lowering of violence and crime, lowering of suicidal ideation, lowering of domestic violence across the board. And then so the 3 years was up. Everybody went back to their corners. And now we're slowly seeing that criminal activity start creeping up again. And so what we're looking for is a long-term solution so that when we address this, then things are set up, best practices are set up to continue to prevent. Because right now in all of our communities, and I'll speak for myself too, it's rare to find someone who feels safe in their community. You know how long the response time is, and so what we're looking at is not only how to protect yourself, self-defense. We have one of our members in the family support group. He wants to know what does it mean to stand your ground. He wants to know what does it mean to have a concealed weapon. And so they're taking an active approach in how to protect themselves. Because I agree, the sheep herder is probably the most protected individual, but as a woman, I want to be the most protected individual. I want my girls to feel protected. And it broke my heart when you said your granddaughter couldn't play outside. I mean, what does that do to her when she has to stay inside and probably going to just be on the telephone or iPhone or iPad? So I think those are where we're at. Why the community forum will go over this part. Why it's important is because someone in the audience who may have come in not really understanding the issue, we're here to help educate and bring awareness, and also some creative solutions. Hopefully we start doing some prevention work. And we want to start doing that work now. And that's why we partnered with the medical center and have had their board members on in support of what we're doing. We have the Diné College here. Mike Burma is the Dean of Business and Social Science. So Dr. Burma is helping us develop this initiative at the college. You want to spend some time on college? Okay, come on. I'm like Bob Barker. You can tell I watched a lot of TV in the 90s.
Yeah.
So, what do you think?
I want that needle there. Is this thing on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, shit, I'm going to really shit. From the tribe. My wife is from Tuba and Diné. We have 7 kids all together. We're kind of local, but we also our day jobs take us to Salem. So we're both employed by the Diné College. And my interest in missing emerging relatives is people are always in a position where they want to do something about it, and they want to feel like they're powerless to do something about it. As dean of the School of Business and Social Science, I supervise. I always lose track of some people quit and some people don't. I think 16 or 17 faculty in all sorts of disciplines. And so I decided when I had some faculty lines open up that I would look to hire people that would be faculty at their college, but they would have a research expectation. So typically at a college, I think the most familiar way of understanding it is that he teaches classes at college students. That's clear. But we're changing things at Diné College. We're not only do we expect them to teach classes, but we also expect them to conduct research. So research, quote unquote. What that really means for missing and murdered relatives is that I'm looking to hire people that are going to create these databases that we're talking about, so that we'll be able to use geographic information put it up on the screen. It's Google Map, and you'll be able to have these little data points and say that, in March 2018, during this fair, there were a number of incidences that we recorded. And so if we saw it in the past, is this where we put our law enforcement in the next one? That's the idea. And so when we're looking to save lives, we're looking at it as a crisis that we need to address now. So those two faculty lines are open right now. I'm begging the community to find these people that have a master's degree to reach out and apply because it needs help. It's just like the law enforcement officers were saying too, that they have their applications. We need help, and we're trying to figure out ways to resolve it. I don't have the expertise to be able to say, well, I'm going to be able to solve it myself, and it's going to take a community. When we were starting to work on this, I met up with Vice President Rexley Jim, former Vice President. He's currently the director of the Navajo Sovereignty Institute. And I worked on it with him, and I said, I'm learning the Nebuchadnezzar. I don't pretend I'm fluent, but I asked him, I said, I need a phrase, to really name it and make it our own. And the way we were talking about was, we're not pleading for help from the federal or from any outside entities. It's our problem. Let's solve it. We don't need anybody to come give us permission to solve it. And so we were kind of talking about it and saying, what happens to a young person as they're coming up and they're coming of age. For females, kinata, males have that too, the sweat lodge way. And the idea that we have you community members that step up and mold that individual into a adult that's able to have a good, long, wisdom-filled life. And so I was describing this with Rex, and trying to figure out what does this mean. I consulted Avery Getty too, another professor at that college. And so we came up with the phrase, excuse my pronunciation, but the idea that this needs to stop, and we're going to take care of this ourselves. And so that's why we're also having this forum, because it's going to take all of us. Me and my wife, Adrian's here again. How many daughters do we have? I lost count. 5? 4? Yeah. Don't ask me their birthdays. No trick questions. But they're all our daughters. And they're your daughters are daughters. It's our responsibility. And so that's why I get passionate about this stuff and say that it needs to stop. So just reach out to your community networks. Send me an email at mlerma@Diné, M as in Mike. Yeah, is there anything else? Okay. Let's keep doing this. Yeah, for showing up. I appreciate it.
And we also work with the Navajo Epidemiology Center. So this gives you a pathway of what we've done with community forums. I'm going to hold a little break here and ask, because we're here in Tuba City and we wanted to partner with behavioral health. I know that they did come, and so I wanted to give Mr. K and Lisa here some time to talk about your preventive work. If you could come on up. Mr. K? What we want to do is start creating and nurturing foundation on what we can do here in the community. And so I'm going to rely on our Department of Behavioral Health, and my uncle here, Mr. K, has will also then provide us that perspective on Navajo male trauma and how he deals, what he sees in this community in particular, and then what are best ways that we can approach it. I always want to do it through the Navajo wellness model, and we want to have our own approach because what works in Chinle or in Gallup is going to be different from what we see here in Tuba, because we have the issue of Hopi and then some of the Bennett Freeze area, and so for us it's important to kind of localize all of this. I do want to say that behavioral health literally got the call at 8:30 this morning to come over because the other presenter wasn't able to make it. And so please bear with them, but they're doing amazing work. And so Mr. K, it's really about what you can give us in terms of insight on the community members that you serve here. So it's up to you if you want to talk about your prevention initiative first or Mr. K. Since I'm the guest, before I would have been like, you start, but I'm the guest.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherilyn Howard. I work in Behavioral Health Services. I worked there for maybe 15, 17 years, give or take, somewhere around there. And I've seen a lot of people come through our doors, leave our program, go off to treatment. I've seen a lot of parents come in with their, crying. They're going through, trying to help their loved ones with their addictions, the struggles that come with that also. I've seen a lot come through those doors. And so I was asked to talk a little bit about trauma. And earlier this morning while I was sitting amongst you all, I was thinking about ACEs. Has anybody heard about ACEs or know of ACEs? Okay,
Not ACEs, wild.
We're not going to be gambling. But ACEs, it's a study that was done quite a few years back. It's been, a lot of years past. It's a study where it where it actually gauges how childhood experiences affect your life as an adulthood and older. So a lot of us, our Native people, our people here in our community, have, if you ever get the time, you can even actually do this for yourself. Start to go through and look at how many traumas you have experienced in your life. A lot of us have experienced at least 4 or 5 or more. And some of us that, we might be living a healthy lifestyle, we might be taking drugs and things like that. But when you start to look at how many traumas you have gone through, I'm pretty sure you could probably come up with at least 4 or 5 or more. So, and when the numbers start to stack up and go up, it really pushes the possibilities of experiencing trauma and different adversities that come with that to the next level, to the higher level. So a lot of the people that we work with are Native people. They have tremendous amounts of different traumas. And earlier people were talking about, I think in the video we watched something about single parenting, alcoholism, addiction, dysfunctional homes, a lot of different things that they have mentioned there. All those count towards ACEs that can be traumatic for a child. Now, let me name some of these off to you, and you think about yourself. Think about some of these things that you might have gone through yourself. These are actually points that will cause your ACE score to go up. Abuse. Maybe you might have verbal abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse. Neglect. You know, maybe when we were growing up, our parents were not around, maybe we weren't, no one was really there for us. Did we live in a house or a home with dysfunction? Different types of dysfunction. Did we live in a dysfunctional home? That can be traumatic as a child. Domestic violence, did we witness any of it? Did we see our parents fighting, our aunts, our uncles, our grandparents, whoever, you know? That's also traumatic. Do we have depression? Did we ever experience depression? That's another story. Were any of our parents or our loved ones or maybe our caretakers, were they incarcerated? Did they go to jail? Did they go to prison? That's another point there. Did we lose a parent or maybe someone that was very close to us that took care of us? A lot of us, maybe we were raised by our grandparents or our aunts or uncles. You know, did we lose someone close to us? And did we get counseling for that? A lot of times our maiden children are not getting counseling for that, so that's also traumatic too itself. Did our parents get divorced? Were they separated? So when you think about all these things, the numbers start to add up. And when the numbers get really high, that's when we become very susceptible to things like alcoholism, drug abuse, suicidal attempts. There's just so much that I could name, different types of abuse, aggression, domestic violence, all stemming from trauma. Luckily, at behavioral health, we do have clinicians, and as you might also be aware, we also are understaffed. You know, we serve a huge area. And, but we do have clinicians that work with clients that may be counseling or that can benefit from counseling, and there's different counseling methods, there's not one type. And there's certain type of counseling techniques that work well with trauma. So, Council Delegate Quad mentioned, how does trauma correlate, or how does it connect back to our missing and murdered Indigenous people? We were talking about this maybe a month ago. How do people end up missing, and how did they go off, and what made them leave, or what happened? Where did they go? So substance abuse, I know some people were talking about methamphetamine in here, heroin, opiates, different types of drug use. It is very common. And things like that do happen in our communities. We have young people, the ages of people that are using different types of substances, alcohol, meth, heroin, what have you, marijuana. The number of people and the ages are getting younger and younger. It's not the old people anymore. Well, it's still there, but that's declining. It's the young people that are starting to, we're seeing more and more young people have experiencing addictions or have addictions. So think about that. We can work together, and this is one of the projects that I wanted to pick up for this year to specifically work towards this initiative here. If you want to get with me and maybe work with me to help, start something in this community, I'm all open to that. I would like to do something and start running with it in our community. So I also invited our traditional practitioner here, and he wanted to do a little prayer with the parents here that kind of shared their story with us this morning. So he'll be doing that. If you want to know more about ACEs, come see me. I'm always up at the Beaver House. We're right across the hospital on Main Street. And I do offer classes there. We work with our clients. We do educational sessions with them too, and conjunction with counseling. So, does anybody have any questions? Yes? Oh, parenting is very important. We also offer a free parenting program. It's called the Fatherhood and Motherhood is Sacred curriculum. I offer that. I'm certified to teach that. I also just recently got certified to teach the Lincoln Generations curriculum, and that focuses primarily on relationships. And that also touches back on faces. So, if you would like for me to, bring that to your program or your office or your agency, I'm more than willing to do that. Actually, I'm really trying to push this program because there's not a lot of resources in our community for parents and education. I'll give the mic over to our traditional practitioner. Does anybody else have any other questions? Yes.
One of the things that I suggested this morning was treatment facilities for specifically men and opiates and all of that, which is a little bit different in that it's a different type of treatment for getting people off meth. And I do know through my research, once a person is off meth, it's very easy for them to get back on. It's one of the most addictive substances, as far as I understand. So is there any kind of treatment facilities other than the alcohol that's already in place? Is there something specific, or is that down the road? Is that a consideration?
There are treatment centers that work with people that maybe are experiencing addictions from specifically. We don't have any here on Navajo, but we do have the ability to send the client off to a treatment center that's helping. So there are some places, not all places, offer medication-assisted treatment, what they call MAP. Access to Arizona, I'm sure you guys are all aware of what Access is. It's an insurance program. They're actually really trying to push this. They're really making it a priority, primarily because people are starting to use prescription pills, and it's also considered another type of opiate, along with methamphetamine and different types of painkillers. So it just really depends on the individual, how far they're willing to go. Some treatment centers don't have available beds, some do, some only work with men, some only work with women. Some people, they want to take their children, some people, they have different setbacks. There's just a lot of things to consider when sending someone off to treatment. But it is available, and we do contract with a lot of different places, centers that work with different addictions.
Division of Behavior and Mental Health Services project. We about 2.5 years ago, Diné But when you actually go over there to that side, it's not this that's a lot of work. You take time out to do that. It's 24/7. We do that we provide services. For VA, traditional services, the job title was that when I was hired. It's more than that. Some individual that that's what I did. That was my job title. That's not what you do. I try to do that. Sometimes you come in. Better husband than not that. I don't do that. Shemala is good. This hanging over here, that's what I teach over there. How about that? I don't know about that. But I understand it's just one that. They always have a lot of outside, you don't see them, no, even though it's 50 years, 60 years old, down that kid. I was formed, should trade, was formed that down here. Or some of them, they come from my family, they were alcoholics. They still pick that. There's nothing beyond that. I'll try to tell you, it's what we know about that. I'll try to tell you in case of this. I know that is joy. I don't know. I think it's a real case. Going down there, some of these are trying to make it. So I try my best to work with them now. And be different. It's hard to say that but the snow was not smashed. I'm talking about that. Another stuff that shade. I don't show that something like that. They don't share much. These are important people in your life. These are the people that put you on earth. A lot of them don't understand that. They have that gap in their life. In other days, they're not supposed to be doing because they don't know what traditional values they are. And they either go down and it's hard to go they are so a lot of them are like that. I don't know. For me, traditional practitioners being both stuff, Gerald King, when you out there, the make that I try to do that, yeah. I've done a good job, just not but it's just as bad as my mental manager. So I try my best to do that for sure very so for everything that's crazy, you know they don't what they're talking about. And it is not true. All art in this case they're non-Jews. Art is such a that's really very interesting. So those are some of the teaching that I get 真只能闹很开不。They understand what they're talking about. So some of these things actually but when they're out there, when they come into my group session, I try to teach them that grown adult, but generally don't think about it, but go to get the snow that we're not seeing. So I always learn from when they have that big gap in their life, public service and now I don't that's how it is. That's how we work out the vision of the behavior. The last line, Japanese they get emotional when you talk with them. Other than that, they say, just do that. So the next and basic. They learn to change it in that. Well, they're not there yet. The one that needs the most help will come forward. I've been over there for 2.5 years now. Division of Behavior and Mental Health Services. In the national at home, it's home what they so now in the industry, they go through that. The one she did, it's not, they need it, not money, they need it. She never thought she's done. And how to what that thing she thought it made it up. For me, it's it's affecting my hearing. It's a big she can't maybe live so the next like that. So it's all precious now for me, so that's and then we are quite balance another shot. Because so look like I don't need the balance. Always balance another either. Sashina maybe I had over the guy only that today, children, I'm sure we got the don't need that. So now they need the don't need that. Even adults in the 그래서 제가 이거 많아. You're the big star. For me, that's what I experienced through my work. And since I can't get out of this, is not in the city of the thousand. Gonna can be so he's not in there. You get what is that down there. Technology is taking over. Other drugs and whatever, AI was then it's so我觉得所以说你跟我讲，挺多other的什么什么，就我当时看到这里，I当时是我是要拿啥呀 ？But there's a lot of stories behind it. 而且所以要怎么看呀？可是我们其实，可是我这些就刚才我们就刚才我是这样。On that top so and then I do that my she faces the down I don't so I would try to watch it very suicide I don't know a trauma they go through a lot it's a case she they open up after watching it's out I don't ever cut us skipping on it. Because they're actually scared. When you get down inside, there's still a child in there in them. They don't want to stress that. But I don't want to cheat their child in that. Or they're not going to strike. Of course, this is not a whole tree. I don't know why not. Because this don't know. There was a lot of problem. Other than the way we do things, we don't find it. Some of us are children style. When I was growing up, I used to listen to rappers, especially coyote stories. My job to those are healing stories. I'll say that, not say that. Because when I do my session in the winter, my God, the box has been I know that the other the box. And you will not the they come and greet all you can have here. Now that they are not some of us she don't say that she don't say so some of these stories are healing stories. Some of that. Shoe game is like that. Radio is again, so that they get that. Hear the mind. What's the other ones? Sounds like that. Continue like that. So, what you put inside of it, they should shake. That's the job. How much we have a home remedy. Short notice, so I'm there, 12:30, and I'm it's good to be here. What they do is the singing and the praying part of it. We're actually using some mind to take that from that.
If you have a presentation, we're behind our agenda, but it's words from the presentation. So, the link is together here.
We have the copyright too, but we don't have internet access. So she said I could just plug in. Sure. Here's how much you can help that.
So, I think what's important is, before I was a delegate, I was in college. I was the executive director of the Diné Institute. So we actually worked a lot with Mr. Mitchell and how we can ground our nautical research, the way we approach things on nautical, using our own stories, bringing narratives and ceremonial knowledge. Shamon asked me earlier about who were convening and asked about the Diné Association. We don't actively work with the association because my understanding is they're more of an organized group to like certify at the top. But we work with other practitioners on how we address this issue. So earlier I talked about that we had that protection prayer and we brought out the shield from Equipment, and we asked the practitioner because when someone goes missing, the community and the families, and one of the resources that they go to is some of our relatives who have that gift of looking out there, right? And so, but with that, they're able to provide some guidance to the family. But what we're also seeing is they're asking us that we also need to discuss the impact on individuals who are helping families recover, and then for the families to go through the process of understanding that their relative may not come home. And so there's all of these very delicate conversations that we're having because of the impact that it could have on someone's mental and physical well-being. So with that being said, it was important for us to talk about this from a cultural perspective and how we look at trauma and how families can be supported through long-term resources. So I want to introduce my sister here, Ms. Diné. You can come on up. We worked together. I participated in the White House town hall down at Willow River, and we were talking about violence in our communities. We have the main people from FBI there, BIA. We had Indian Affairs, the White House, and so now Ms. Hoagland is actually based out of DC right now, and so she'll introduce herself and her role on the White House task force and executive order on the missing and murdered indigenous new energy that you were able to make it today, do some other things, but most importantly, be here on the ground and continue to be a partner. So I appreciate it.
Dr. Washington is not here. Chancellor Washington, the pages of the show. Chief Public Relations. He's head of the Commissioner of Administration of Native Americans, Nicole Washington. Good afternoon, my relatives. I greet you with good heart. I'm Jean Hubland. I'm a proud member of the San Sioux Tribe, and I'm Commissioner of the Administration for Native Americans. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Sheldon, for your invitation, for the work that you're doing. We have a fantastic advocate across the nation out in Washington, D.C., hearing your voice and the voice of your people on the important issue of listening and learning from indigenous peoples. At long last, the voices have been heard through attention from the White House, through Congress, all the way through the different agencies and the federal government. So thank you for those of you who have had years of sacrifice and advocacy, trying to bring this issue as a priority. Thank you for that. Your voice has been heard. There's a lot of work to be done now, and that is why I'm here today, is to try to support your efforts in moving this forward. Again, I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be here in your nation and on your land. I have a presentation that I'm going to go through some of the resources and different roles that I have within the federal government, but most importantly, I want to hear from you. I know each of our nations are different, our communities are different, and so I want to hear from you if I can support what you're doing here. And congratulations on already having a task force to address this. You're ahead of the game on this, and so I commend you for that. And I hope that today's issue, I can't get here on a regular basis, that this is one of several things that we can have in dialogue as we continue to advocate and bring justice to the victims and families of missing and relatives. So I also have with me Kelly Diné, who is me with a PowerPoint, and we have some materials that just arrived, and we'll pick them up at our hotel and bring them over. And again, I just thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me okay? Where's the mic? Can you hear me okay back there? And, all right. I'll try to find you speak a little closer. Is that better? Oh, okay. Better? Sorry about that. You just missed the best part. I see we have law enforcement armory to tell you that to protect our people. I say, Chente, thank you from my heart for the service that you provide to your relatives, community members, the sacrifice that you made. Often I think it can be a thankless job, and I'll tell you that I thank you for what you do and the sacrifice that you and your families make to protect our community members and our veterans, our Wazuyo Chasha. If there's any veterans, I thank you also for your service and your families for the sacrifice that you made for our country and for our communities. So the Administration for Native Americans, we're under the Administration for Children and Families, which is under the umbrella of the Department of Health and Human Services, so HHS. Typically, when we think of Department of Health and Human Services, we think of IHS. So I'm trying to change that so that you also think of ANA, Administration for Native Americans. So at ANA, we were established in 1974. We just celebrated our 45th anniversary of existence. And we service, this is what's unique about ANA, we provide funding for federally and state recognized tribes, Native Caribbean organizations, and our Native Hawaiian relatives, and our Native Pacific Basin relatives, including American Samoa, Guam, and the Commonwealth of the Mariana Islands. So we have a large area of territories to cover, and we have a budget that we appreciate is increasing, but it's a very small budget in the big scheme of things. I'll talk a little bit more about our budget here. Congress created ANA called Self-Sufficiency for Native Americans. Again, Native Americans was defined under our statute to include the population that I just talked about. We provide discretionary grant funding for community-based projects and also training and technical assistance to eligible entities and organizations. How many of you have heard of ANA before? I'm raising my hand. All right, move on. Thank you. Now we can say 20 more, 30 more now. So we do currently have an amazing ANA grant. We just visited the Regional Health Center, and we'll Lolita was not there, but we met with, yes, and they talked about our language grant, which is being used to train now 64 novel interpreters to be able to speak the language to patients that come in and need interpretation services and relocation to the community. That's being done through ANA grant. And we're so proud of being able to support such amazing projects like that. We found out that over 5,000 patients of your relatives have been seen and received interpretation services. So hats off to them for that. Again, we provide funding, which is what I love to share. Funding is hard to come by. A lot of times that's one of the biggest barriers we have when we're talking about these issues. It's funding. We do have funding. There are social and economic development strategies that we can use for you to set up a project, community-based, culturally driven, to address this issue that you're talking about today. Our funding will be released for applications in January. So follow us on ANA. We do have a very competitive grant, which is where we provide technical assistance. As soon as our funding is published, we will offer free application training specific to the requirements of the funding. So in addition to the training, the pre-application training, once you have completed your application to 75%, you can submit it for a training and technical assistance centers, and they will critique it for you and send it back with your recommendations so that you can make those changes and complete your application. We cannot write your application for you, it's going to try to help and help you to go strong application. So the social, I'm going to go back to that one. The social and economic development strategies is our most flexible funding and our largest portfolio funding. You can go from economic development issues onto urban and indigenous data collection. I'm a strong believer in data sovereignty, so I want to talk to you on how I can honor data sovereignty, but also be able to start getting data so that we can get that to Congress, so that Congress needs data for funding, but we also need in our agencies to see what the trends are and how our services can link the trends that we see with data. The S. Martinez Initiative is our language program. Environmental regulatory enhancement is our other, but we're going to be focusing on the SEDS, the social and economic development. Again, that has so much flexibility. What's unique is that the flexibility allows our nations to incorporate our cultures, our traditions, and our languages if we want to, and I can honestly believe that by our projects are so successful. Our funding for social and economic development is up to 3 years, typically up to $350,000. You hear me okay? Am I doing better? So I talked a little bit about some of that I'm commissioner, but this is a dual role. So I'm going to go into those a little bit. I'm commissioner of ANA, so I oversee the discretionary grant funding. I'm also providing the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. I'll talk a little bit more about the different programs over there. And my law to be an effective advocate and a physical advocate to Native Americans. And I take this role very seriously, which is why it's so important for communication to be here today. It's hard for me to be an advocate behind a desk from Washington, D.C. I am to advocate with the Department of Health and Human Services and other federal agencies. And also have a voice with advocacy for Native Americans for policies affecting Native Americans. Also, another role that I have is I'm going to go to the right Deputy Assistant Secretary for Native American Affairs of the Administration for Children and Families. So under ACF, that's the human services side. I heard you talk about a few of the programs that are under human services, like the Fatherhood and Motherhood Sacred. That initiative is funded under ACF. We'll talk a little bit more about that here. I'm an advisor to the Assistant Secretary for ACF. I also host annual ACF tribal consultation. Historically, they've been poorly attended, and I'm really trying to get the word out that it's so important to have tribal leadership at our ACF tribal consultation. I heard that it's hard to come to DC, and many leaders do not want to be in DC all the time, so we brought it out to Temecula, California. We had the best attendance we've had in several years, but also the awareness of what ANA is and what ACF is. We I'm going to talk about that also. I'm sure you'll be familiar with those programs once we talk about them shortly. I chair the Native American Advisory, which is all of the leadership within ACF, where we talk. It's a way to break down the silos within ACF, making sure we're collaborating, and talk about addressing issues in our Native communities. And I also co-chair our ACF Tribal Advisory Committee. And at the nomination, President and Vice President are on that committee. We also need a Phoenix area representative. So there's an order that we have to follow, but we have to send the information. We really need to have members of the region on this tribal advisory committee. We meet 4 times a year in Washington, D.C. And then over here is ICNA. Now this is very unique. ICNA, we love acronyms, and I apologize, stands for Interdepartmental Council on Native American Affairs. This was established by law by Congress, and it names the commissioner of the NNA as the chair of ICNA. The vice chair is the director of Indian Health Service, so that's acting Rear Admiral Miyaki, or acting director, Admiral Miyaki is from the Zuni Nation. I'm sure many of you have heard him or know of him. And we've had a great partnership in resurrecting this council. Basically, it is all of the department leadership across HHS, so that's IHS, that's ACA, CMS, HRSA, CDC, what am I missing? I have a list of them. SAMHSA, another big player in our communities. The leadership we need by law whenever we are addressing issues, policies, budgets that affect Native Americans. It has been stagnant for years. It's something that makes me really excited about this position. We have met 3 times a meeting in February, and we're going to see Indigenous women as one of our priorities that we're working on, which is why it's so important for me to be here with you today, so that I can hear from you. So, as you already know, human trafficking is an issue that we see and we're hearing a lot more about, even though it's been around forever. And human trafficking and murdering of missing Indigenous go hand in hand. And so within ACF, the Administration for Children and Families, we have the Office on Trafficking in Persons, which is one of the most hidden resources that we're trying to get the information on this little department that is doing great things in regards to combating human trafficking. And part of that is defining what human trafficking is. We have some staggering statistics. You might have already shared these already today, I'm not sure. Domestic violence, as I heard also in the conversation earlier, is also a big part of MNIW. Homicide is the 3rd leading cause of death amongst American and Alaska Native women between 10 and 24 years of age. Homicide is the 5th leading cause of death among Native people between 25 and 34 years of age are Native women. More than 45 American and Alaska Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime. In President Trump's executive order, he stated, my administration has heard the ongoing and serious concerns of tribal governments regarding missing and murdered members of American and Alaska Native communities, particularly women and girls, as part of the EO. Which Delegate already talked about, that I was selected to serve on this Department of Health and Human Services. So, I'll get a little bit more into human trafficking here in a moment, but some of the challenges that we have within the federal government on tackling this issue is data collection or lack of. Now, this has primarily been focused on from law enforcement cold cases, which is so important. But there's also a health and human services aspect, which we're also hearing about today, about prevention, about the populations that can often fall victim to going to MNIW. Is it okay if I use that term? Is everybody all right with that? You able to say it? And murder and missing Indigenous peoples. There's so many different acronyms, but okay, so data collection. There's very little of it, but we're starting to have those conversations. This classification of identity, this is a big issue within trafficking, within domestic violence. Oftentimes at screening, there might not even be a category to identify if you're American Indian or Alaska Native, or if you put that you're American Indian, Alaska Native, Hispanic, and Caucasian, it will default to Caucasian. And so there's that. There's folks that are lineal descendants, so they don't identify as American Indian or Alaska Native. So there's many reasons and barriers that we need to work through. Part of it is education, but it's at the local, the state, the county, the federal levels. And so that's where we're going to need your help as we look at how we address this, that you talk to the agencies that service your community, make sure that when classifying and that screening, that they have a process so that we're not missing the American Indian, Alaska Native, and Pacific Islander. Not really relative either, but well, actually, it might be in this area. A lot of folks, it's so overwhelming within the federal government. There's so many resources, there's so many federal departments. Where do you go? It's a sea of information and resources to get lost in. So we're trying to find a way to have our resources in an area on a specific topic that is easy to access and easy to get through. Not all the federal talking, not all this clinical talk, but something that's easy for families, for individuals, for practitioners, for programs to get through. And believe it or not, this is a surprise, the federal agency tends to work in silos, right? So we're trying to break that down. That's what the task force is intended to do. That's what the ITNIS is intended to do within HHS, and that's what I'm working hard to do, is to really work with our federal partners. It cannot be addressed for one issue. It has to be addressed in the wraparound services, as you all know. So human trafficking. So I was surprised how many folks within federal agencies, within communities, within schools, within families, really think of human trafficking as what we've seen on the big screen movies, the really recent movies where somebody comes in that you don't know, it's a family member, and they go to another country. That absolutely happens. However, there is a lot more human trafficking taking place in our communities with people that we know. And understanding that what human trafficking is so important. We have some tools and some resources that I want to talk to you about that we have developed in partnership with the Office of Trafficking Persons that are culturally appropriate. We sought input from our tribal grantees in developing this with our youth. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. Yeah? And then, thank you. Nope, that's good. So another thing is whenever, here's a scenario that we heard about, is a young gal under 18, teen over 18, but under 18, is dating somebody, and that somebody encourages them and gets them to take pictures of them that they would want to have shared with anybody else. And then that person says, if you don't do these things, I'm going to share these pictures. That would be considered human trafficking. Whenever there is, that person is coerced into it, and also that there is money or services involved. That's where a lot of communities, often organizations, have the realization that human trafficking is creating in communities. Again, not the social media aspect. I don't have a lot of time to go into human trafficking. We'd love to come back and have a little different session on human trafficking and have some experts out here. We have so many of the same challenges with murder and missing relatives as we do with human trafficking. The only specific to Native communities for human trafficking is what our Office on Trafficking in Persons is collecting through their 800 toll-free number. How many of you in this room knew that there is the Office on Trafficking in Persons and they have a toll-free number for human trafficking? Two. And so we are capturing very, very minimal information. And so working with the Department of Justice, Department of Interior, to start collecting data specific to Native human trafficking on and off the reservations. As we've seen in the reports, many of our relatives have been in urban settings that have gone missing or murdered. So we need to make sure that we're looking into our own communities, and we're going to talk about how we're doing that also shortly. I'm getting away from myself and my other time. Can we go back and say that? Multi-agency collaboration, and then we can work next year. So we've also found that there's a trend in human trafficking and murder missing indigenous peoples for vulnerable populations. Perpetrators typically are smart and can see who's vulnerable and prey on those vulnerable populations. And so these are all individuals that we provide funding and resources for under either ACF or Department of Health and Human Services, children in the welfare system, and our foster care systems. Unfortunately, there have been children that have not been in the foster homes. There was Operation Hope, that the Office of Trafficking in Persons and the Office of HHS Inspector General, it's in the paper recently, but in Kansas City and Oklahoma, they went in and researched and investigated families that were receiving HHS funding to be foster parents, provide foster family services, and there were several children that were in their homes. They recovered some of them. They're still working on that. And there's 2 states so far, and there are allegations of human trafficking. So we really need to make sure that many of our foster children age out, as we know, and go to the next category of runaway or homeless youth. Also vulnerable and susceptible, those that are had a history of abuse or neglect, domestic violence victims, LGBT and two-spirit individuals, elders, we're hearing elders, especially with the opioid crisis. And I read your testimony, the heartbreaking stories. But our elders have also said, don't forget about us when you're talking about this issue. We have a higher rate of crime. People wanting to break in and look for opioids. We have our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren who have to care for. Those with mental health issues, individuals with disabilities, low socioeconomic status, history of substance use, and trauma and historical trauma, which I heard you talk about earlier also. So I strongly believe in community-driven solutions, and I strongly believe in tribal consultation. I worked for a senator for almost 13 years handling tribal issues in South Dakota, and I felt the frustration of our tribal leaders and tribal members where the federal agencies came in, had already made decisions, had already developed policy initiatives, and then were coming for feedback and input. I do not believe in that. I certainly do not have all the answers, and certainly do not know the communities. And so it was important for me to spend my first year in this position in as many communities and meetings as I could, and gatherings. These are some of the locations that I've gone to. Just for roundtables and listening sessions, I did visits to the community center and other meetings. So I really went in here and what is the priority? We're in this and human trafficking is a priority. There are others, but I'm going to focus on this today. Asked how can I help? And what I heard was this. We've been talking about this for a long time. New leadership come in, program director, start off these conversations, but we're tired of talking about it. We need action. We need help today. We need supportive services for our families that are grieving, for our families that have never had justice, for our families that don't know if their relative is ever going to come home. We need help now. We need prevention. We need our children to know that they can be safe, but this is how we teach them safe and to be safe and what to look for. And we need our communities to be safe. We need healthy families, all which are part of Department of Health and Human Services, working in collaboration with our heroes back there in law enforcement. So that's what we're working on, is developing that framework. By the way, if you have any questions, please let me know. And if you can't hear me, just raise your hand. I was able to testify before the House about the efforts we're doing with furthering indigenous peoples. Talked about just what I said. It needs to be community-driven. The solutions need to come from you, from community members, and we need to support it any way that we can out in Washington, D.C. with the resources we have. And prevention is huge. Pardon me? So here are some of the resources that we have. One is SOAR for Native Communities. Now, this is to stop, observe, and act and respond. This was developed under the Office of Trafficking in Persons. This training we now have SOAR for Native Communities, which is culturally appropriate. It's free. It's online. Anybody can access this. Basically, to be able to identify at screening if somebody could be a victim of human trafficking, sexual assault, and if you identify, then what do you do? So it's for social workers, it's for teachers, teachers, it's for health professionals, counselors. Again, it's free and it just helps to really identify it and then take the next steps to solve it and intervene. We have the HHS Native Youth Toolkit on combating human trafficking. We have copies at the hotel room bringing. There's a PDF form, you can download that. It's a good way for families, for schools, for after-school programs, for communities to talk about a tough subject, to know where to start, to guide you through the discussion, to identify human trafficking at the youth level, so it's appropriate, what to do, what they can do, and if they know that somebody in their family or friends or peers are being trafficked. It's a very great resource, free. We are partnering with the Bureau of Indian Education we are going to be training their faculty nationwide on this toolkit on identifying and responding to human trafficking and encouraging them to bring it into their classrooms to the students. We're also working with the Department of Education with their Indian education for the same. With our traveling run schools, we'd be happy to get you the information. And if there's a meeting one time a year where everybody meets with our tribally funded schools, we'd be happy to set something up to be training them also. There's the information if you want to download it. Partnerships are so important. Prevention, intervention, healing is a big part of it, but we also need stats, we need investigations, we need law enforcement. So under the Interdepartmental Council on Native American Affairs, and that's what I chair, and that's within HHS. Some of the, one of the framework we're working on is strengthening vulnerable or high-risk populations. And our priority is human trafficking, emergency, which is from girls, opioids, and substance use. It was focused on opioids, as you know, there's just such a huge increase in opioids, but we heard this last year that don't forget about alcohol, don't forget about that. It's like these other issues too, so we are expanding that from opioids to substance use. These are just some of the other initiatives that we are working on. So talking about the Native American Advisory Council, that is the ACF, Human Services. So under that we have child welfare, which is the Children's Bureau, where we have foster care funding, as well as adoption services funding, tribal maternal home visiting, domestic violence, we help fund the coalitions across the state, TANFs for well, the tribal TANFs, I don't know if not all the ones here in TANF do, right? TANF, LIHEAP. So when we talk about vulnerable populations, we're talking about those with lower socioeconomic. Runaway and homeless youth is under the Family Services Bureau. We have Office of Head Start, who also wants to work with us on addressing these issues. We have the Office on trafficking in prisons. We have the Office of Community Services, which is where TANF falls under, and that is where we have Fatherhood Safety Initiative. So we're working on a framework with the ECF to address this from the human services side. So we hope to have something available in the spring. And we'll continue. Follow us on ANA's Facebook, or you can go to ANA's website for our listserv and receive email updates. This has all been developed with tribal input from the beginning, and I'm committed to tribal input throughout the development and the implementation of it. This is the framework that we're working on. We want to start with promotion and prevention. Our culture, our traditions are so important with the promotion of our country. We have stability. Prevention is when things start to move towards, we have things that, we have some circumstances that might make us at risk, whether it's an individual or family or community. So we want to move resources upstream. So protecting our foster children, well, how do we keep our children from going into the foster care system? How do we go upstream? How do we strengthen our families and the community so our children aren't going into foster care systems? Intervention and support, what happens once we are in a substance abuse or domestic violence. We need to also meet people where they're at and families where they're at. Are they in prevention? Are they in promotion? If they're at intervention, we need to provide supportive services. We need to have integrated services and coordinated. And then what do we do when we have survivors of human trafficking? Families that are survivors of a member who has been heard. We need to have recovery, we need to have healing. Again, community-based, we are working to, first of all, get all of our resources together with the ACF and HHS and show you what they are. I can tell you what they are, but I'd have to point you to 100 different websites to go to find those resources. Trying to make it easier. And then addressing all of this falls under addressing the social determinants of health, economic stability, neighborhood, and environment, education, food security, we do provide funding for food sovereignty members sales also. And what I've seen with our food sovereignty is it brings communities together. Our elders are relied upon to talk about these are our traditional foods. This is how we plant them. This is how we harvest them. This is how we prepare them. This is how we plant them. This is how we prepare for winters or on the summer, depending on what region you're in. And it's not just about food sovereignty, it's reviving our culture, it's bringing communities together, it's bringing generations back together in a positive way. So the partnerships that we've developed with, and this has been many at the suggestion of tribal leaders and tribal members saying, hey, we need these people at the table. So a fantastic leader is Assistant Secretary Sweeney, who's really been a strong voice for this issue. And law enforcement and courts working with Easy Family Foundation and BI courts on strengthening IPLA, educating state, county, local judges on the IPLA law under the state. With the Department of Justice, we do some events together. HUD, we have, the housing, we heard over and again, if somebody escapes the domestic violence situation, but they have no place to go to, where are they going to go? Back to the situation. Lack of housing, even in urban settings, isn't an issue just in our Native communities in urban settings. They have the same barriers. Sometimes if they leave a situation in the urban setting and they can't get back home to their reservation, they don't have transportation to get to services, they don't have a house to go to. So very important, and we've had some meetings with HUD and we're going to continue to. Department of Education, National Council on Urban Community Health, that's really been our way to really get to our urban population. Even though not all of our native populations uses urban health centers, they have a lot of partnerships with community programs in the area. So working with community approach to an urban setting, the National Indian Health Board, our epidemiology centers. Did we have somebody here from an epidemiology center earlier? I thought I heard. I met with all of the tribal epidemiology centers. I can't remember what that was, November or October. They talked how we can partner on data collection. We've been facilitating events for awareness and education, and here and there. On the next slide. And then I'm very happy to see the executive order on legal justice. You can read more about it. Other than the law enforcement part of it, HHS really has a role in every other bullet. A little bit more about it. This is who's on it: Attorney General, you see Vice President Leiser up there, the Second Lady, and then the Commissioner, also. I want you to know I'm very committed to carrying the voice out there because this executive order. I want to know what I can do to help support efforts to address this, to go in the right direction. And so I'm really anxious to hear from you today. We have a lot of toll-free numbers that people are aware of. I was asked at Tribal Council Location, can you guys get a flyer or a poster so we can put it in our facilities and our schools that says need help, and we'll put domestic violence, we'll put it there. We'll have runaway, save line, human trafficking, suicide prevention, some things that are just so easy that we don't think of. They're thinking so much bigger sometimes that we don't provide information and resources. So we're starting with the basics, but we also know that once we have all the resources available and we're looking at our framework, we need to hear from you to see how our services are working. What are some changes that we can make administratively? What are some policy changes that might require legislation? I really want to partner, I want to make a difference here, but I need your help on that. So one thing I love is very competitive. Really honest with me feedback on this. My feelings don't get hurt. I'm here to advocate, and I know you're here to advocate too, and I appreciate your passion for your people, for your relatives. And so I want to encourage you to not be afraid to ask any question. And if I don't have the answer, I'll let you know, but I'll get back to you on that. But this is basically what we have in a nutshell. Again, in January, we'll have funding ready, and it can be used if it's competitive. We talk about our budget. We have received an increase. It's around $56 million. Of that, at least $45 million will go for majority for social and economic development. However, I can tell you the $45 million in this last fiscal year, around $14 million more for new grants. So $14 million isn't a lot of funding, but there's a lot of great things that can happen. The remainder was to support our current grants. So we appreciate that Congress has been increasing our budget. We just know that there's a lot of needs out there. So thank you for your time. And I would really, do we have time for questions? Okay. Anybody have any thoughts, questions?
What is your timeline for
Okay, the question is, what is our timeline for getting into the IE schools? I believe I just met with director, or have called with Director Dearman, and I haven't missed that, but I believe in February or March, they will all be in one area, the facilitators, instructors that we're going to be training them. And then I'm not sure, that's our first step. I'm not sure how quickly they will start getting that information out. We can ask. Our plan is to have the EIE faculty trained. They're meeting in a national gathering in February, March this year. That toolkit is available now. It can be utilized at any time.
how low is it?
You know, I think more from middle school or high school, and even college age. But we do have, what I can do is put you in touch with the Alice and trafficking persons, and Catherine John is the director, and she can see if there's other resources that would be more appropriate. The question was how the human combating human trafficking resource made toolkit. What are the age ranges? Middle school, to high school, to college, or younger ages? We'll see if there are other resources in there. I think that's more of a strength sometimes in conversation, but we'll get from it. You're right. Yes, you're right. It isn't always strength or danger. That's right.
Can you go back to the previous slide? My back has to membership. I'm looking at the top. Well, the Attorney General, Secretary of the Interior, and thinking about who's currently in charge and how successful the schemes will make progress in the future with the current administration. With this song,
So the Attorney General and the Secretary of Interior are co-chairs of this. They're co-chairs of this. We are the committee members, and it will involve consultation with tribes. And the funding there is no connection with it. It's an executive order. But if you go to the next slide. Is that where the talks about it? Yeah. Okay. A lot of it again is focused on goal cases and that collaboration and cooperation. And I know they've been working with NEMIS and have added the missing portion to it. Law enforcement probably have better details on that. That's not my area at all. But the consultations, best practices, and include data sharing, and that's where we need to get prevention data sharing also in there. So it was just formed, and we have the holidays, and we have our first meeting coming up, and then we'll be working on rolling out consultation and have more information on it. So this is just real new, real recent. Just getting our feet on the ground. So there's a 1-year progress report and a 2-year final report. So we're developing that now. So we will keep you posted. We're going to figure out how we'll be getting information on it also.
Do you fund like social service monies for that? The AED monies?
So the question is, does A&A fund social services? So we do not fund programs, we fund projects. So like at the Regional Health Center, they set up a project to certify X amount of interpreters to provide services to native speakers. So we have projects that have helped like domestic violence victims in the community to be able to find transportation and housing, which we don't want to think of the programs to do that integrate culture in it. So there's a lot of, if you look at AA's website and look at our current projects, there are a lot of amazing projects out there. There's so much flexibility. It's the most flexible funding I've ever seen in the federal government.
So my next question is what she's saying about how many Navajo grants and examples from the program besides the
So the question is, how many Navajo grants have been funded for MMIW specifically? None. We have not had any grant applications come in for American Indigenous, and we would love to see those come in nationwide. And I think a lot of it was one, folks don't always know about A&A, two, aren't aware that these types of projects can be supported with A&A funding. I'm trying to get that out.
So where are the majority of your grants coming from, which tribes?
Oh, it's nationwide. If we, I don't know if we can know how to pull it up on our internet services, but we can show you all of our existing funds nationwide where they're at. So it'll be in all of our program areas, our languages, social and economic development, as well as environmental regulatory. So, but we base it on how applicants score on their application. So not by region. So we hope to have the SEDS funding available in January, this month. It hasn't been announced yet. And as soon as we announce it, then we can set up our pre-application training. So another thing that I didn't mention is in the fall, we have project and development training, so you can take an idea and we'll help you put it in pen and paper and develop a very strong project. So whether you go for our funding or funding for another federal agency, you have a strong project. Or if you're not looking for funding, Congress has mandated that we do that at AMA. So there's no cost to provide our trainings, there's no obligation to apply for funding. It only costs us to travel to wherever our training is. Typically it's in Albuquerque. We're in Arizona. Where is it in Phoenix? So we're trying to get to more of the remote communities, but we didn't get a lot of participation when we put out requests for training the remote areas. We don't have Wi-Fi, so we can't pull it up, but if you go to AA's website, you can see our finance. It's in the Pacific Basin also, across the United States, Alaska.
So your discretionary grant funding, is there a difference between your discretionary funding and the SEDS, or is it?
It's the same, so our money is all discretionary grants, all the grants. Yes, so, right. So A&A, we have the grants, they're all discretionary for those three program areas. Yes, so that does include business development, absolutely. Social and economic development. We have a lot of economic development projects. A lot of food sovereignty in Alaska, solid waste management. And really, being community driven what the community would like to see, what the priorities are, what kind of projects.
So if we could talk about the executive order. So if you could, if you could explain kind of the origins of the executive order, the reason why it was created. Most importantly, we're looking at what is the White House, what have they identified as priorities? Because if you look at the second dot, it says consult tribal consultation. And so we're concerned, community members, advocates are concerned when this was put together, there was very limited discussion about who will sit on this executive task force. So if you go to the next slide, if you read all of that, Shimon asked, who are these people? So first of all, like, who are these people? What do they know about Navajos? How do they know our needs? And now we're looking at how are we going to connect that with our BIE and our school system. So there's areas that we do have concern that people won't be able to do because we need a multidisciplinary approach, as we talked about earlier. We need a medical, we need folks in mental health, we need our education, we need our law enforcement. And so we're looking at, although they may not be on the task force, their voice, somebody has to represent them on this task force. And so how do we have that conversation? So for our forums, that's the type of information that we're collecting. So when we're reporting back to our president as we're making directives to his programs, like behavioral health is under Department of Health. And so the oversight on the council is the Health Education Human Services Committee. And so we have to talk to all of these individuals to let them know these are the challenges. And so that's a huge concern that our group has when we looked at the task force for membership. Although we participated in the town halls, I'm glad we have thick skin because my biggest concern was then there was no communication that came back to us. So we provided the information, and then nothing kind of came out until we saw this signing of the task force. And so everybody here on Navajo was like, oh, what happened? And what is it about? And what does it say? So when we talk about families, families started calling me. Did you have something to do with this? Because they were upset. Because they're like, why didn't you tell us about this? So I can't tell you what I don't know. And so that's a major, we talked about trust earlier. And so, and talking about federal government with data. So I'll say, I think it started off not on the best foot because we got to build up that trust. And how can we do that? And then if there's room here to make recommendations, who should be the task force, and how is this task force going to be accountable to the people here on the ground? And so as commissioner, you may not have time to come here personally, but maybe we could work with an Diné or somebody to get reports and have that communication back and forth. Because my concern with the membership as is, we'll just get a top-down approach. And what's going to work for the Pacific Islanders or someone that east, it's not going to work for Navajo. Because we've already lived that the last 100 years. And so I think, so what I do want to know that what is the intent, the creation, the accountability, and then how do we include the voice of the education, voice of our IHS and all of those different divisions, and then for law enforcement with Office of Justice Services, BIA, and the U.S., I think with BIA, I'll ask the police chief on how he wants to work that out. I think you guys, our law enforcement and our criminal investigators have a really good relationship with them, but we're not under BIA like how we were hoping. So those are some of the nuances that, as we have here, to help us understand where we're going with that. And then more importantly, because keeping the taskforce accountable. The last thing the families want to say is, I was on the call, there was a briefing call, Tress wasn't allowed, I was on the briefing call, Jolene was on the call. And I know at times tribal leadership, there's a lot of politics. You do a good job here, but I really want this. Because what I heard on the call was a tribal leader said, okay, we have this, now let's get to the real issues. And I thought to myself, well, how real does this issue have to get? This is a huge issue. And so that's not, that is sort of coming from another tribal leader. So I don't want to just have this as pandering or a checklist. I need to see an active commitment. So I appreciate that you're here in Tuba City, but give us that guidance on how that's going to happen in the future. Because we have to also then work with the government intergovernmental affairs committee. So you're kind of getting a sneak peek of what council delegates have to do. You got to work with all of these federal government, federal agencies, be there, I was there when subject make their testimonies, follow up, go to DC, have those conversations to advocate. And so I think also as community members, how do we want to receive this information? And then funding comes out, sometimes if Navajo doesn't apply, then we kind of miss the boat. So that's the other thing that we're looking at is how do we apply to get access to this funding? Because we've organized, we're leading the way. Other tribes are asking us how we're organizing, how we're working together. And so those are my questions.
Thank you. And all excellent questions. And I'm happy to see what they are, and I'll try to answer all of them. I agree with you. I want to spend my time making a positive difference, not a checklist. So I want action. We want action. We want action. We want to see our missing relatives come home. We want them to be coming home safe, alive, healthy. If they aren't, we want justice. We want to keep one of our relatives from going being perpetrated on from this happening. So having said that, my action has been what I just shared with you, this framework. We getting HHS and ACF to work together collaboratively. And many of the issues within the murder of missing indigenous peoples, cross-border human trafficking, crosses over into substance abuse, domestic violence, all the, what we talked about, our vulnerable populations, high-risk populations. I'd like to find a better word and have it not be deficit-based. And so we're looking at a way to address this whole confused because we're still here, we're resilient people, and we're doing great. There are things that we need to continue to work on and make changes in, but how do we move things forward in these areas that haven't gone in the right direction? How do we heal? How do we move forward but keep who we are in our culture, in our ways? So I don't have all those answers, but I'm developing what HHS has to be easier to find resources, to see how well we're working, what changes we need to make, how we can have this so that it is a framework that can be adaptable to the communities, whether it's in rural populations or urban settings. Because you're right, that what's happening here, you go over to New Mexico, it's different from public nations. So, I agree with you. The federal government, there's, we need to provide supportive services, but really allow them to have a voice and give us a direction on it. So, this EO, and I'm sorry, I missed your question. You want me to tell me who people's names are on?
No.
Okay.
No, I guess the point I was trying to make is, well, I said that Attorney General, the second or third secretary of the third director of FBI, and from there, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But that's just what this current administration in 3 years or 4 years has gone through that. And then they're all about $400,000, $500,000 positions, and they have no idea what my little $30,000 job next year, and our people are suffering
Charlie Addington, we have myself, Admiral Yaki, I'm sure he's part of it, as director of IHS, tribal members. I've been in DC 2 years, but I'm from South Dakota, I'm from a small area. But I'm here to represent all of our Native relatives and to carry your voice. So that's what I'm here. So I hope we find hope in that and confidence, and it's a matter of building. So what are we bringing out of these roundtables? Part of what I presented today. Not only the roundtables that ran your preliminary communities, but I did extensive consultation. I wish I could be more places. I would love to be. I'm trying to do as many as I can, but really, this is what I presented to you today with HHS and ACM has been heard from these meetings and these consultations. I have no idea. So I'm listening, and I'm trying to develop this. I am developing this around the voice of the communities. I'm going to continue to advocate that. Through this, we haven't had our first meeting yet, that's set. So your dialogue today, probably going to be taking as I watch, she's writing that down. All your concerns, we'll share with the committee. It's kind of like our interdepartmental council and Native American Heritage in the HHS. When I shared that we were going to revive this council, our tribal leaders are really happy about it. It's also it's all federal. It's a federal agency. It's like, that's where we get our tribal consultation. They hear from you. We go to meetings as separate agencies, SAMHSA, HRSA. We do our consultation there on tribal advisory meetings. But when do we actually sit down and talk and collaborate on this? And that's what the IGNA is. This is a federal task force. The component is the consultation. We go back, we continue to work, and we do need to have deliverables. We do need to be accountable. And so I will deliver that message. Absolutely agree. I'm a strong believer in accountability. And so I can speak for myself, and I can also advocate this up, but I can tell you the Assistant Secretary Sweeney has been a very strong advocate and wants to also make a difference. So it's going to take time to build trust and to see what kind of actions come out of it. That's the answer I have for today.
So what kind of direction can we give you?
As far as, you know,
We have for the forums, we have is it a 2-page review? So what we would like to present on some of the forums that we've been working on is collectively from now information on approach. I do want to say that we have made multiple requests from Attorney General Barr to come to NAVCO Nation because of our size, and I went to a tribal consultation on violence against women, and I had to wait 13 hours to give my testimony. That's how many tribes come to speak and to tell and give time to say what's happening in their communities and the help that they need. But next year, Delegate Brown and myself, we provided testimony, and so this year, what we did was we just, instead of traveling and waiting that long, we did a written response, and so we'll provide those documents, because what we also need to know is there hasn't really been a point of contact for the task force. So who do we send our recommendations to? And that's something that we can send directly to you. I'm confident in sending those documents. Because what we need is from the Attorney General Barr, who oversees all of these cases, is how his attorneys and all of the DOJ funding, how is that being used to help NAVCO Nation. So all of these people here have leadership roles in some of the funding. So like our law enforcement, they haven't received an increase in their funding in the last 10 years. But when we talk about crime is increasing, and if we're stagnant, then that's where we have severe challenges. So not only we're never going to see an increase in public safety, the other area, and I want to say when I presented in front of the U.S. Senate last December, no not last, December 2018, it was actually some of these individuals walked out of the room before tribal leadership spoke. So for the FBI was the director of criminal investigators. He gave his report and he left. He didn't hear from Navajo Nation. He didn't hear from the tribes and villages in Alaska or the young girl who was searching for her sister. And so that's why I'm concerned that when you have a task force of people that already have their job description, but yet we're here talking about it, I'm very hesitant to say, how do we make them responsible for doing their job? And so we want to make sure we have a statement here from our missing and murdered and their relatives. And so this is a draft, a working draft, but so for our communities, we're committed to a vision of a healthy Navajo nation and communities where our people enjoy life and prosper. We affirm our Navajo principles so that when we continue to journey on the we find it intolerable that Diné continues to experience the crisis of missing and murdered relatives, and that our families and our relatives cannot heal or revitalize until all of our people are safe and protected. We are committed to actively declaring support, and all Navajo constituents who are dedicated to justice for our missing and murdered relatives. We call on Navajo Nation, our leaders, and the United States who have declared responsibility to its indigenous nations and people to support and affirm this initiative to seek redress for the unconsolable grief of our people. We support the development of the Missing and Murdered Data Institute, and our goal is a guiding program to address the issues. And so we have actually 12 areas that we're addressing. And so some of it is strategic infrastructure building. We need our police department and criminal investigators to be 100% trained in trauma-informed care. We need a 5-year strategic plan on how to maintain that. We're looking and demonstrating the need. We're going to be transcribing all of our community testimony and developing a data code. We'll be partnering with our Navajo Nation Council in so we also want to determine and offer assistance to facilitate the establishment of the Navajo Nation Missing Persons Unit, and that's within our own Navajo Nation police. But the challenge is if the funding is stagnant, then our police department cannot grow to meet the needs and these challenges. So we're asking them to have a missing person unit, and then the issue is compounded because they don't have the money capacity to go. Funding logistics to fund missing and murdered programming, to explore diverse mechanisms to obtain and streamline additional funding. We want to look for grants and really build up the capacity, because right now, Ivan is a delegate, and the team here, Jolene's a volunteer, doing this 100% free. And then our other team members are, this is just one of their job duties. So on top of everything, they come and help us understand what are some of these issues. Most importantly is looking and developing a data framework. And so our most important area right now is inventorying the resource gaps. So this goes back to an honest conversation from all of your task force members who then to identify where are the gaps of service that they have to control under their umbrella. Because I think at times we rely just on the Native nations to kind of identify that. And we're willing to partner and have that conversation, but I'm sure program managers who've been there, they understand. And so from that federal lens, we're areas that they see that they're just missing, kind of missing the opportunity to help us when we're dealing with our missing relatives. And so of course our partnerships and something that in terms of this community mobilization, And that kind of steps out of maybe what the task force experience would be, but how do we have this comprehensive community toolkit? And so we do have a presentation that we provided, and we'll send that to your office. And what we want to see is not a stagnant toolkit, but a toolkit that they can really, what's happening here on Western would be different from my region because we have a lot of mountain, like a mountainous area. So when we're doing search and rescue, it's a different approach. And what would the approach be when we have urban Navajos who are missing, but yet the family is here? And so when we talk about human trafficking, we've seen some of those cases. They originated out of Phoenix, went to a conference in Las Vegas, were abducted, kidnapped, missing, trafficked, and then they're looking for the Navajo Nation to help because Phoenix and Las Vegas are not understanding those dynamics. And then we also, in terms of awareness and communication, plan to illustrate the work of what we're doing to increase public and national awareness, to foster a positive relationship with Navajo families and communities, and that's why it was important for us to have our traditional practitioner in here to kind of reinforce some of our own teachings and to provide that healing for our community members. And so we're looking also for some legislative support, and so we do have a series of federal program or federal legislations. And so we have this, what's called the Savannah Act, and it mandates like the Attorney General to provide reports. And so we fully support that on Navajo Nation. So we don't think that this is a suitable replacement for the Savannah Act. We want Congress to pass a law to say that they're going to be reporting on these issues to us. And I think through my lens, I just hope that this task force is put in there to kind of substitute the work that we're seeing from Savannah Act, Badges Act, the Tribal Protect Act, and these are all areas where we're trying to increase safety in our communities. And so we'll send this to you in writing because from the time it was announced till today, we didn't know where to send this. And that just then illustrates, that was about 6 weeks ago, and so I don't get holidays when you do this kind of work. I know, and so we're ready to move forward, and we really want accountability for all of your fellow task members there. And if I could advocate and say there should be a representative from the families on there. There should be a way, because as tribal leaders, we go to these tribal consultations, they're very regulated. Like, best way I can say is, have you ever visited someone in prison? Has anybody ever visited someone in prison? You know how you turn in your application, you put your name in, they say, okay, you can go? Kind of like a tribal consultation. So we submit our name, they tell us okay, and then we come a little bit. But only tribal leaders can do those consultations, and then we get a technical advisory. For this task force, I think there should be a family representative who has gone through the system and has understand, especially we highlight a few cases, like Ariel's sister, and now her case is cold. And there really has been no guidance from the task force. How are we going to be able to make recommendations for the cold cases to go to your FBI team, especially like Diné? It's like, I've been, so these are all areas that, well, we were part of the discussion. It's, I just don't want it to be a photo op. It's real families, it's people's emotions, and I will definitely call out anybody who just uses this for a political game. It's not why we do this. So, thank you, Commissioner, for hearing me.
Thank you. I agree. So, thank you for your time today. Thank you support everybody and help support, go upstream, meet people where they're at. And so I need to hear from you. And what is the best way, can I ask, were any of these, was ACF and well, it's only two people in, was that helpful to know what ACF and A what would be, how do we get this information out more about resources? I know that you say social media. We are going to do get information out on tribal radios. That's a good way in remote areas. We're trying to access, what is the best way to communicate in the communities at the grassroots level?
I work with Navajo County, Division of Social Services, and we usually have a general staff meeting, and we have a division-wide meeting. It would be beneficial when you or representatives attend that to explain what your program is about, maybe.
We love that. We love that opportunity. Thank you. I think that would be smart.
What is the lifespan of this task force?
2 years. And it says at the end of 2 years, your 2-year final report to the president.
And the next president will let know what.
Well, it's a report, so yes. And Delegate, I want to tell you that reading your testimony, you asked what can you do to help, very helpful. Talking about how we have patchwork of services, and I didn't finish reading the rest of it, but that is fantastic. So hearing from those on the front lines that are working with your community in the different areas, if you can help us identify those gaps in services too, we really need to hear that. For access to services. Okay, thank you everybody. Good night today. Thank you, Commissioner Boland, for your presentation and information. We are in the 3 o'clock hour, and we're going to go ahead and get into our next presentation. We have Mr. Daryl Marks and his 2 sons, Machias and Kyron Marks. There's just so many positive things I can say about this trio. I love Daryl for a very, 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 very long time. He was one of the inspiring people in my life. He was a mentor to me when I was just in middle school, and it's so amazing that these connections that are lifelong also turn into beautiful collaborations today. So, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and pass this to Mr. Martin. If we can just have everyone please quiet down. If you have a conversation, please take it outside. There's a lot of background noise. Thank you.
Today, we're going to work in non-incident, Navajo team, last Jimmy does today, like I said, So these are my children, and I appreciate the introduction, Billy. It's really an honor to be able to see all the things that you've been doing in your life, but also be here in this community because I see a lot of familiar faces. And I'm grateful for that because it's this community, it's our community. The way that we come together, whether that's in planned relationships, other relationships that we have that have helped me raise my children. So these are my sons. And the way that you see them the rest, the way that we are together, is how we present ourselves every day. Now, it wasn't always this way, right? You know, I myself went to public school, boarding school, and I was taught a different way of being, how I should present myself, how I should be presenting myself professionally. And it wasn't until I became a parent that I learned that that doesn't always fit, right? Because I had to figure out how to balance myself, living in that sense of like living in two worlds, right? And understanding and recognizing the language in one world and the language that's used in another world. The context that you apply in one world and the context you apply in another. Now, raising my children, it was when my youngest was very little that he started challenging what that meant. Why do I have to do these things? How come? And so as they've gotten older and as I've gotten older and a little bit more knowledgeable, our topic today was to identify what it means to be empowered, right? To empower young people, to empower young men. For me, anyways, it's been the easier part of my duties as a parent because of the lessons that I've learned from my community, from my family, the guidance that I've had from all of you, whether or not you've ever had an interaction with me, the way that you conduct yourselves in your roles in your community, the ways that you raise your children that have interacted with myself or your children's children and so forth that may have interacted with myself or my children have really shaped that. And so I want to commend all of you for taking the time out of your day to be here. Because that's, for me, that's important for my children to see this is my community, right? For them to see these are the people that I should look up to. These are the ones that I should go to for questions, for answers, for guidance. And these are the people who I hope will hear me as I share that what my path has been, what lessons I've learned in my life. And so finding ourselves at this point, my son started to ask those questions and started saying, well, this is how everybody else does and surround us. And this is how my grandmother told me to do things. And so when asking him those, or giving him those directions, he started asking those questions. Why? And it'd be simple things like, don't be playing outside at night, don't be yelling, don't be whistling, don't hit your brother, don't pull your sister's hair. Why? It's like, you're just not supposed to. But why? Well, my grandmother told me, right? And she used to say, if you do this at night, if you pull your sister's hair, if you say these words, and he would say, why did she say that? I said, well, that's just the way she taught. That's what she told me. But why? What does it mean? And I said, well, in our world it means this. Or the way that she would say it is this way. Again, you would ask, why? You really wanted to know what is the meaning, what gives it purpose. Why do we adopt it? Why do we have that as a principle in our life? And it challenged me as a parent because I would go to my mom and I said, well, my son keeps asking us all of these questions. Why? And she said, well, just because. I'm like, no, my son's asking. Like, I finally get him to stop misbehaving or acting out or getting upset, and I finally got his attention. But I don't know why we do these things because you always told me just do it because. Grandma always said just do it because. Now I don't know what to tell him because he really wants to know why. Thinking logically, right? And so, as I was seeking these answers, my mother, she's like, that's just the way things are. Then I said, well, who else can I ask? right? So I came back to my community, I came back to my elders and relatives, and I would ask, why do we do these things? How come we say these things? How come we can't do these things? And then they would turn around and say, that's just because. But no, right? Why do we do these things? Oh, well, I said, because my child, he's 4, he's 5, he's 6, he's asking me these questions, and I'm running out of excuses. I'm running out of, right? I want to give him the right guidance. I want to be able to empower him as he moves forward as well. So how do I do that? Oh, why didn't you say so? Well, it's because of the right? Oh, okay. So I run back home and I'm like, well, it's because of the right? And he's like, okay, but why? I'm like, no. Well, you see, it's like this. And so what I saw happening with him, especially as he got older, right? You know, I was raised that professionalism looked like, you know, dress shoes, clean haircut, you know, the way that you speak, the way that you look at a person, the tone of your voice, all of these things that was stimulated into and indoctrinated into my teaching, the way of being. And when I was teaching and sharing the things that my grandparents passed on to me, and then the things that I had learned as a young person growing up, what made more sense to him logically was what my grandparents were saying. And so one of the things that I used to do was I used to keep my hair really short, because like some families, I'm one of those that has really squishy hair. It's really curly, right? And the longer it gets, the more that this weather and I don't get along, right? And so, you know, growing up, I didn't like having longer hair because as a child, I was mistaken for female whenever I was in Flagstaff or, you know, in Gallup with my parents, going to a store, and I'd be standing by my mom at the register, and some older person would come up, oh, you got such a beautiful daughter, and walk away, and and so I was really troubled by all of that, right? And so trying to navigate through those things myself, I really adopted a lot of those other principles. Like, okay, if I keep my hair short and, you know, I walk like this, talk like this, you know, whatever I do that a young man in Western society is supposed to do, then I don't get those things. I feel I'm supposed to feel more comfortable. Right? And so when I started to take my sons, because their mom used to help keep them very clean cut, well dressed and everything, my son started asking a lot of questions, right? And I remember stopping at one point, we were talking about the rain, we talked about my grandmother, we talked about boarding schools, because I went to boarding school, my mom went to boarding school, my grandparents went to boarding school, my great-grandparents, right? And I talked about all the things that they went through, right? Their hair being cut, having to acknowledge why we don't cut our hair when we're in mourning, or how your memories are attached to the length of your hair, and so on and so forth. Because he would see his grandparents, you know, he would see his parents, right? The way that we would take care of our hair, or change our hair color, or all of these other things. And so he was really curious as to what do I need to know as a young person going, what do I need to do? How do I need to take care of my hair? It's like, hey, brush your hair, right? Fix your hair. But why? Right? No, stop with that, right? And so we had these conversations in our family as we moved forward. And I remember sharing those stories about your hair, its connection to nature, your hair, its connection to your memories, how as we get older and it changes colors, that's a rite of passage, right? There's all of these things that we should honor and recognize. And then I'm over here cutting my hair, and he's like, Dad, why are you doing that? Well, my hair's getting long, and right? And he would say, but now those don't. Grandma said, and I'm like, I taught you that. Don't get, I have to cut my hair because I can't, right? It's getting curly, I'm gonna get all bushy and everything. And he's like, but Dad, now it goes, right? And I said, well, I don't know what to say to you, right? I'm sorry. I'm just used to doing this. So he made a decision, and I want to say he was like 6 or 7, made the decision to say, nope, I'm not cutting my hair anymore. So whenever we take him to get his hair cut, he said, no, I'm not doing it. I want to keep my hair. And I'm like, I can't say, no, you got to cut your hair, because then I'm going against everything my grandmother said. And that's all the things that I taught him, so that he wouldn't pick on his brother or pick on his sister. I was caught in a conundrum, right? I was like, what am I going to do now? Me and my big mouth. And so I said, okay, we're not going to cut your hair. Now my struggle is that he's got curly hair, just like. And so I was so worried that he would go through all the things that I went through as a child. Getting picked on at school, bullied, whether that was by white kids at the school or by my relatives at home, the kids on the bus, everything from like, you're in the wrong bathroom, you should, are you permed, is your hair permed, is it this way, is it that way? And I was like, man, I don't want that for my son, right? How can I protect my son without beating up all the kids on the playground for him and protect them from all those things? And so I had to learn more and more about our connection to our culture, right? Learn more and more of those things so that I could give that to him, to empower him with that, so that when he went out into the world, he had that to be able to present. Now, I grew up hearing all of those things, but was I listening to it? I don't think so. I think there was so much happening around me that I tried to find another way to navigate. And I felt like it was easier just to adopt Western principles and practices and ways of being so that I wouldn't have to struggle with those things. But here with my son, who's like, nope, this is how I'm going to be. You said it. Our hair contains our memories. I want to keep my memories. Your hair is connected to the rain. I want it to rain. Your hair is, right? All of these things. And so he started growing out his hair. And every time I went to get my hair cut, he was like, Dad, I was supposed to cut your hair. Right? I'll get to it. One day, I'll cut my hair. And as he started to adopt these things into his life, he started to influence his brother. Because I'm not sure what he was thinking at the time. I'll give him the mic a little bit so he can tell you. But he started to adopt a lot of these principles and practices and started thinking more along these lines that my grandparents had shared, right? And the beauty of it all was I got to see my sons step into this role rather than trying to balance two worlds, just existing in the one. And when they existed in that one, I saw not only was their relationships closer, they were more loving to one another, more openly affectionate with one another, which is something Western society doesn't really support or, encourage, right? Because they're young men, you're supposed to have a certain, you gotta be tough, you gotta be strong, you gotta be whatever, right? And maintain eye contact, right? All of those things. And when he started to adopt more of those principles and practices, I saw him doing the same thing. And they became closer. I noticed that my stress levels increased because I wasn't having to yell. I wasn't having to discipline. I wasn't having to correct because it was like, well, remember, right? Grandma said you're not supposed to do that. And Grandma said, make sure that you talk this way. Don't raise your voice. Look at me, right? And it was really encouraging for me because it even broke down the language, intention, how our words have power, how our words have intention, how impactful it is, right? And so when my sons would hear other people use profanity, oh, that's a bad word. And for them, we talked about the intention behind this. When you say this, when you do this, it has this intention, right? And what I found as a parent was that when I shared that with them, they started to expand that understanding. the way that we use the English language sometimes is really violent and is really damaging, it's impactful. And so I made a promise to my sons years ago not to say these words to them out loud, right? So I'm trying to keep a promise, and that's what they're coming for you. So when we use words like hate, murder, death, kill, right? We hear kids use it all the time and run around, I shot you, you're dead, right? Or I hate you. Okay, go ahead. Thank you for helping me keep my promise. Now, we use those words all the time, and our children use those words. But what is the intention behind it, right? What are they really saying? And when you think about it, when I think about my grandparents, when they used to tell me and my cousins when we were running around, throwing rocks at each other, chasing each other with sticks, and saying all of those things, they would say, don't say that, you're not supposed to say that, right? When we were being corrected by our grandparents, we really didn't understand what intentions meant. But for whatever the reason, it seemed to make sense to them. So when I was talking to my cousins or talking to my friends or my colleagues, and I would use those words, I would get corrected on my baby. Like, Dad, now I was not supposed to say that. What did I say? That's a bad word. I'm like, wait, I didn't say it. What did I say? And so I have to listen to myself, which I didn't think I had to do as a parent, right? As an adult, I don't have to listen to myself when I'm correcting you and saying, but I started listening to myself, and then I started listening to the people around me. Wow, I didn't realize how much power those words had and how much they impacted them. Because then they're like, oh, wow, you don't like that much, right? You have this feeling, and this is what it means, and you're saying this with all of this intention, all of this focus. Do you really feel that way? And we use that all the time. Sometimes we're like, I love pizza, I love this, and then the next day we're like, I don't like it, blah, blah, blah. Or even in our relationships with one another, right? You can go up to somebody and say, oh, I love, oh, Shahar, right? Right? We go around saying those things, and then something happens in our path with that person, and then all of a sudden we're like, nope. That person, I totally dislike them. They're such a, whatever. And we lose track of what the intention behind it, what it really means. And so I'm going to pass the mic to my son, and he's going to explain to you a little bit about
So, growing up, and being raised away from people, but at the same time with the people, you often get a question like, so you're an Indian, right? Where's your feather? And it made me confused of like who I am. I got brown skin, I look like the guy in the picture that they're showing, and it was so confusing when Thanksgiving came around because I would put on these headbands with feathers. And I didn't get it because I didn't know what it was to be Indian, what it was to go hunting, what it was to talk a different language other than English. So when my brother started to ask those questions I was scared to ask because I was brown, because I'd get all this attention on me, right? It started to make sense. So when I started to grow my hair out, it didn't make sense to like rub it in other people's faces. This is what an Indian looks like. It made sense to me because it helped define who I am. I care about I care for the people. I like rain. I like water. I drink water. We all drink water. And it helped establish those conversations, especially with my peers, growing up with them. And there was one day where my father showed me a picture of Barboncito, and he was wearing a headband. And I asked my father, why does he wear that headband? And he had to go ask questions, but he came back to me after that it's a responsibility. When you wear that headband, it's to contain your sweat. And before I had that conversation, I told him I wanted to have an arranged marriage like my grandmother and my grandfather before me. Because I want to uphold those responsibilities. I want that other person to know that I'm waiting for them and I'm preparing myself to be with that person for the rest of my life.
So, thank you for the applause, right? Now, my son was the first one in my family, probably 4 generations, to decide that he wanted a puberty ceremony done. And as soon as we found somebody that knew how to do that for a young man, he's like, I want to go full 9. I don't want to just do a sweat. I want to do everything that I'm supposed to do leading up to that. And right after that ceremony, I remember we were driving home, and that's when he had that conversation with me. He's like, Dad, I want you to arrange a wedding for me. I'm like, you're 11, what are you talking about? People are going to think I'm crazy. I had all these things that I had to have conversations with. And then we had to get down to the basics of what does love really mean, right? Right? You only say that to the people you really mean that, right? You don't go running around saying, hey, you don't go running around doing that. That's just, you don't carry the intention behind it. But in the English language, you run around and say, oh, I love you too. And it doesn't translate to the way that we are, the character of our being, the strength of our culture. And so when he went through that ceremony, as soon as we did that, he was like, I want to do the same thing. I want to go through that ceremony. And so, as a request from my son to his father, was like, Dad, you need to go find somebody. I'm like, oh. So I started asking my family. They thought I was crazy. I started asking his relatives because what? He's just little. I said, I know, but he's wanting to get himself set up. I'll let him tell you what he told me.
Oh, yeah, while waiting, yeah, you don't think it can be that long, but it's a real long time to wait. But in that time, you're devoted into learning how to show up to be a better man, a better husband, at least in my experience, and taking the ways to acknowledge my responsibilities as a man to my community, to the people, and as well as to my family, and as well as to respect the woman for who she is and what she wants to do. And we both grow, not just one side grows and the other just makes up for the growth. And it's being fair to one another, having that communication, and taking your time to grow. Like growing up, it's very important. We're looking back at it now. In high school, you see all these people having relationships to break each other's hearts. And when you take that time to evaluate yourself and take what you can learn from them in your life, you know how to show up for a better person, not in a relationship, but as a better man in the world. How you approach women is different. How you approach men is different. And I think that helps build my open affection to my family, because in this world, you don't see that a lot. You see, get a job, be successful, do this, do that. Not really taking the time to slow down and enjoy that sunset. So look at the snow, really recognizing the teachings of our people. And taking a deep breath and recognizing how much effort that was taken into us. And that's something that connects each and every one of us throughout life. And no one takes that time. I'm on the university campus for most of my day, and I get to see that. No one takes the time to stop and look around and actually enjoy the moment to make it possible to have a future by living right now. I'm not saying Noah will jump off the cliff and say, yeah, I'm making my life worth it. No, it's preparing yourself. It's learning how to do certain things. I'm pretty sure back in the day it's learning how to hunt, learning how to create a home. One day after you're married, today it's doing your taxes, being respectful to another human being, and actually having relationships, and connections, and friendships are really worth it. And to recognize your self-importance and not go out into the world fighting it. And find your loss. And really recognizing that your home is out in the world, and your home is actually right here with the people. people that look like you, talk like you, understand you, and share the same root as you.
And so, with this young man, and with both of them actually, you know, one ceremony led to another, and they kept looking for that knowledge, seeking that out from their community, from their relatives. And that gave them confidence, that gave them strength, they gave them an understanding of how to step out into the world and be a part of that world. Identifying for themselves, like my son said, this is what I need to do for myself so that I can prepare myself to be the man that I need to be when I come into that union. And it's a choice. She has that choice, but I'm letting her know. And I remember that conversation with an 11-year-old. It's like, I want to let her know that I want to let her know that I'm preparing myself to be in her life. And I want her to have that choice when she's ready to let me be a part of her life. Like that. From an 11-year-old who just came, who like, my marriage didn't work out. And they saw it. I come from a single-parent family. They know that. And for him to formulate all of that, from the teaching to the culture, to hearing the stories and the voices of his grandparents and my grandparents, like that changed everything. Right? And I know that it's changed a lot in my family because I didn't give him that. The culture, you all gave him that. And I say all of you because whatever your role is in your community, in your family, you help shape that example. You help carry on those teachings and lessons that have given me such beautiful, wonderful young men that I could hopefully try to be a good father to, but to follow in their example. Right? Everything that they've said and shared has guided me to be a better person. And the way that I'm presenting myself to you today is how I present myself to all the students that I work with at the school, to my community. I put away all of the insecurities and the struggles that I've dealt with and adopted and brought in the culture and just let it be part of myself. Because I want to, again, be as my children. I want to be able to guide them because now they're young men. I mean, I don't know. There's so much more that can be learned from our children and the way that they see the world. And it starts when they're young. It starts now, right? We can go home to any one of our relatives or any one of our family members and share that teaching and practice. And it gives them this clear sense of who they should be as individuals, whether that's young men or young women, right? And the thing that I keep going back to is that Western culture has only been around for 240-something years, right? And it continually changes. It's always evolving. It's always challenging itself. And when I think about our culture and where we come from, it's from the very beginning. They've already tested and practiced and figured out all of these ways. And so when I give this guidance to my sons and to my family, like Grandma said, right? I know that she's coming with generations of knowledge that backs her up. And it gives me these wonderful young people that I'm fortunate to stand next to because I don't know where I would be if it wasn't for those teachings, for that guidance, right? What if I really didn't listen to my grandmother? What if I didn't go home and spend that time with her? Where would I be? Because I wouldn't have my sons in my life the way that I do now. I wouldn't be able to share those lessons. And so I wonder what happens for our children who don't have the opportunity to listen, when they're right here all the time. And this is where they're mingled to the rest of the world, is that right? right? That's where their focus is at. And they don't hear what we're saying. They don't see the way we demonstrate these things, right? And they don't get to share these challenges that come from our children. Because, like I said, the more ceremonies they participated in, we're like, well, I see all the men in the family, men in that ceremony, we're wearing a headband. I see, our elders, whether they're wearing a long skirt or they're wearing their turquoise, or the men are wearing their earrings, or they have their moccasins on, whatever that might be, they carry that teaching. What does that mean? What does every little thing mean that they wear? And so they ask those questions of their community, of me as a parent, and have to go out and find that. And so they're able to identify with all those things. And they said, well, why do I have to dress up to be Navajo? Because most of the time people go, oh, what are you dressed up for? And their responses, especially from the youngest when he was little, was like, I'm Navajo, I don't have to dress up. And, when his hair started growing out and there was challenges on the playground, like, girls, no, my hair's long and I have my memories. He's like, your hair's short, so you don't remember anything. And I was like, no, and, it didn't come without, like, challenges for me as a parent. When he started wearing his headband and went to school, I was like, oh no, I'm going to get called and say he's gang related, and I'm going to have to go to school and explain my son's not in a gang, he's just dressing. And so when those questions didn't come, I got more concerned about what's happening. Is the school threatening the child? Is the school saying, are they telling my son to take it off when he walks in the room and just disapproving of his culture, his identity? I'm like, oh man, now I need to fight. I need to figure out what's going on. And so I go to school and then I hear all this praise. Your son is your son is, and I'm like, well, what about his birthday? What about the way that he's dressed? Do you not have a problem with it? And they were like, oh, he's so proud of his culture and his warrior headband and this and that. And I'm like, what? Wow, what? And I go home and I'm like, what is this about a warrior headband? He's like, I don't know. The teacher started saying it, so I'm like, all right. Oh, okay. And even to when we went to high school, like his first day, it was like student invitation, you guys. Went right to the principal, pushed past all the parents, went right to the principal and said, this is my son, Kyle, and he's going to wear his headband. They have a problem with that. Yeah, you can't wear it here. And walked away. And I was like, oh my God, you just walked away. It's like, you're not going to school here. We're going to take us to that Christmas. And I ran up to all the parents, like, you don't want your kid to go to school here. The principal just walked away from me. And he's like, Dad, oh, Dad. And he's like, I'm sorry, my dad, I'm sorry. He's like, just sorry, my dad. And he's like, Dad, let's go. I'm like, no, I got to tell all these parents. They don't want their kids to go to school here. The principal doesn't respect the culture. And he's like, Dad, calm down. And so he went to school the first day of his freshman year, walked into the school, and I was sitting out in the parking lot for like an hour or 2 hours, waiting for my phone to go off. I'm like, oh, your son's breaking the dress code, he's got a furl, he's in the office. And the principal had pulled him aside and started asking questions about him. And here I am, nervous parent, sitting in my vehicle, waiting to hear a phone call. And he already had the language. He already had the understanding. He knew exactly what to say and how to say it and the manner to say it to the principal, who to avoid in the halls, other teachers, other students, and how to conduct himself so that he could continue to just be himself, right? And when he was doing all of that and saying all the right things, he won people over, right? He would go into the classroom and go up to the teacher, acknowledge them, and give them the respect that he was hoping they would reciprocate and give back to him. And there was challenges, but he opened the door first to say, here I am. Here's how I'm going to present myself every day. Do you have questions? Not. Do we have a conflict? He was like, do you have questions? How can I help you understand this is who I am? And before we knew it, like he said, he's at the university now, but his senior year, he knew everybody at the school. almost all the students knew who he was. All the teachers knew who he was. The school board knew who he was. The city council, all of these other people knew who he was because I feel personally, as a parent, I feel like the culture supported that. Right? The community supported that. They gave him, this is how you're supposed to do this in this ceremony. So he said, well, my life is ceremony, my life is prayer, I'm learning and growing. And he took that out into his world and it shaped him. And now he's at the university, and I have people coming up to me from the university who are like, oh, I saw your son today. And I get all these pictures from different people, and you get selfies, and they treat me like a celebrity. And I'm like, and we're always like, oh, that's Matthias, right? Because, I mean, even now we have students that were like, I miss Matthias, he made me feel so comfortable, he made me feel so welcome. And I feel like that's because how he wanted to be treated. He reciprocated. He put that out there and hoped that it would be reciprocated back. And it was. I mean, he's left quite a weight. There's a lot of students, not just Native American, that, you know, he brought into a community sense. And that, again, I owe to the community. I owe to all of you for giving him that example, for guiding him. Even if he's only heard from you a few times in his life, those things impact him, right? He's seen how you are with your grandchildren, and those things impact him. He's seen how you lead, and that's impacted. He's heard and he's seen you grow up, right? Right? He's been a part of all of these things, and I'm not just talking about him, because here's the other one that was like, in your face, no, this is the culture, I grow my hair this way, and it's your fault you don't grow yours. It's your fault you don't take care of yourself. It's like all of those things that were just very much like my grandpa. It was just like, this is the way it is, and nothing else. Just don't follow that. Sorry, right? And and that's how he is. And you know, one of the things that I'm grateful for is that Matthias and I can have these conversations as we did on the way over, and we can talk for hours debating about something, contemplating, trying to figure something out, and then this one over here, very logical, and say, you just got to do it like this. And then drop out of the conversation, and we're like, yeah, but we have to talk about this to get to where you're at. And I'm like, how do you, and I wonder that. I wonder, how does he find the right words, the ideas, and just make it very simple? I mean, if he was the only one presenting today, he would have come up here and said, probably 5 minutes and he'd be done. He's like, that's the way it is. Mike down and walk. Right? And we're up here rambling and talking. But I remember one of the things that, you know, when I was struggling as a parent, struggling to be like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say in this moment. I don't know how to conduct myself. And I remember him saying something that was word for word verbatim what my grandmother said when I was really little. And he said it in such a way that I heard her voice instead of his. And the thing is, my grandmother passed away when I was in middle school. So he's never had a chance to meet her. But the way that he said it, like, it was one of those moments where your mind just goes right back to that moment in time, and you relive it. And I started crying, and I was like, where did you hear that? How did you know? How did you know that she said that? And he was just, in his logical sense of thinking, was like, well, just makes sense, Dad. Like, you do this, this is the way it is. You just ruined it. I was over here like, oh my gosh, you sound just like my grandma. Like, he took me right back to him. He's like, it's just the way it is. And he kind of walked away from it. And I'm like, I wonder how many moments in my life I just kind of, moved over that and just missed the mark, right? And my grandmother was there. She would probably say the exact same thing he said. Or my grandfather, he was there, he would have said the same thing, right? Just kind of put it to a point and say, this is how you're supposed to be. It's not that hard. It shouldn't be that complicated, right? And it's simple, it makes sense, and it's something that creates that resilience in us as a people, as individuals, as a family, to be able to have that grounding, that foundation. And if we each can do that for one another, whether that's how we communicate, how we conduct ourselves, how we show up, and not be afraid, right, to do those things. Because one of the things that I've learned as a parent is that, you know, I know that I need to hear, I love you, right? I need to hear that from my children. And so I tell them that every day. But the blessing that I have in my life that I'm very grateful for is that I don't have to be the first one to say it. I'm one of those parents that can take my child right up to the door of the school and tell them as loud as I can, I love you. But they're the ones that give me that first, right? And, you know, we're a hugging family. So recognizing and respecting my own personal space is something that we understand. And so, I mean, you know, it's awesome. You know, every chance that we're in one another's space, if we ever have to go in a different direction, even if it's like, hey, I gotta run to the store, I'll be right back. They'll run up to me and Dad, I love you, give me a hug, no matter what they're doing. I remember even, let me pick on this guy. I remember one time, I'm like, hey, I'm going to go to the store, and he's like in the bathroom, he's like, wait! I'm like, what's he doing? I was like, wait, Dad, hold on! So I'm like running out to the truck, I'm going to open it up, he's like, wait, Dad! Runs out, got his shirt, hair all bushy, and his short legs, he's like, hey, I love you. And then he goes back, he's like, I thought you needed something. I was just going to start the truck and come back in. He's like, oh, okay, well, and then he goes back inside and he's like, is the neighbor still there? But again, I feel like that's the culture, right? When we're very clear about what we want, what we're doing, and why we're doing it, and what we need, right? Yeah. That what we need, and I think that's the beauty, the blessing of being a parent. I think I'm looking forward to being twice the age that I am now, and my son's still able to come up to me and give me a hug, give me a kiss, and say, Dad, I love you. But I hope that, you know, this all makes sense in the context of where we're at and what we're doing, because that love that self-care that we all look for in ourselves sometimes, we look for ourselves, and that we hope to find in the world, sometimes as close to you as you can imagine, right here in front of you, with your family, with your community. He's sniffing me. It's right there. And when we give it out, right? If we give the right guidance, if we state it in the right way, if we express it, that it's reciprocated, and it be genuinely reciprocated. And we can do that with our community. We can do that with our relatives. We can do that with our co-workers, our boss, our subordinates, whatever you want to call, give a label to any one person, in individuals, right? When we go out and we share that, we're all family, right? We started with an introduction, we gave our clanships and we gave our clanships before our name. Why? Because for us, it's not about who we are, but how we're connected to all of it, right? How we want to be connected to you. My teacher over here said, how we are and who we are, right? How we are makes us who we are. And I hope that is something that we can take away from this, right? And we hope to be able to shake each one of your hands after we're done here, because that helps us not only honor that relationship that we have, whether we're clan related or not, we're all one people, right? We're all human, and we need to acknowledge that. But, you know, in those teachings, we were taught that you don't do like applause, you don't clap, right? Because it takes away from the power of the words. It collapses those thoughts, it disrespects it. And it tells us very clearly that I don't want to hear what you have to say. I disregard it. And I hope that that's not what you feel at any point in life, because what we're giving you is nothing new. Everything that we're sharing is something that's probably been told to you at some point in your life. And if not, your ears are waiting to hear that from your family member or your community that loves you and wants to share that with you. You just need to open your ears to that. And I hope that our children get to hear that, and their children get to live that, right? Because that empowerment, that guidance, that practice has not only given these young men the opportunity to present themselves as a respectful human being, whether that's being male or female, twin spirit, right? But that they have that respect for female, for men, and for those of the twin spirits, and they're able to acknowledge them and greet them and participate with them as family, as community, as people.
It is a way to be recognized by both the elders and the children. The children will see that you're still alive, you're still innocent, you still have that youth inside of you. And the elders still being able to share those teachings with you and guide you along the way. This is the way. And for me, being a young man, I'm just grateful to be standing here in front of you, embodying the teachings that you've all taught me in one way or another. Law has impacted my life in one way to where I can show up for the world, as well as to honor both our mother and as well as our father, and be there for both of them, and have that respect, for myself. I'm caring for myself, I'm caring for those who love me. So yes, yeah, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, does anybody have any questions?
Okay, yeah.
Does anybody have any questions? Especially for them. Anybody have anybody that can marry their mom? They know how to prepare an animal for consumption. This one is certified in solar plumbing.
Indigenous studies. Basically, they're like, here's a degree for what is already being done. So I'm like, yeah.
Yes. So, knowing that your talk focused on empowering, especially our young how many people in your experiences would you encourage ways of healing for our
so me being a young man and growing up as teachers, right, especially through high school, based on bullying, racism, and racial profiling, that was a lot of tremendous pressure on me. And for a while, I still that away from my father because I didn't want him to pull me out of high school and take me out of Blackstaff and go live somewhere else in the world. Unfortunately, the world is a crazy place, it can be cold, but you have to be your own fire. The teachings and as well as the ceremonies help me understand that you have to let go. You have to cry, you have to scream, maybe.
And it's okay to cry.
Yeah, it's okay to cry. I mean, my father here will tell you that he's witnessed me in those moments. And he's been there to guide me his own foundation. And it's helped me become healthier now, be able to smile and laugh and express that youthful side, like being a young adult. Young, but as well as mature. And yeah, it's to let go and to try to express yourself in any shape, form, or fashion. And the culture has just been like that for me.
My response was, I'm sorry. Basically, having time and showing love, like that's it.
Like I said, simple and to the point, right? Give time, share time, have time for yourself, for that healing, and also don't be afraid to love, to be able to express it, to be able to share that, to be able to receive that, right? And I think that's something that Western society doesn't always support or promote, but to be able to receive love in a healthy way, right? Don't aspire to whatever they say love is, right? Identify with what love means, how it's a part of you, how you are not only capable, but you're, I don't want to say worthy because it's not the right word, right? But that you're like nature, as you guys were saying. And when it rains out here, you know, this is a dry, arid climate, right? The region is known for that, right? But when it rains, certain plants will open up and receive that. And those plants that open up and receive that rain, receive that love, receive that attention, are sometimes the most resilient in our environment. And so we have to listen and observe nature and find those practices within our own culture of how we get to those points in our life, right? Good answer?
I was just going to say that high school students or junior high students.
Thank you, appreciate that.
This one's usually more comfortable.
I'd like to add a little bit of the Division of Environmental Services. And right now, we're suicide is number 2. And I think as you're being a father figure, I think that's what we're getting away from, spending time with family, kids, and stuff. When kids like things to do, something they get drunk or commit suicide, or get into these drugs. So I'm glad that you're spending a lot of time with your boys.
Thank you for that comment, appreciate it. With the culture and language and everything about us, it helped me recognize that I'm not alone, especially when I had to be away from my father and my family, is that the people live within us, and that even with our plans, they make us who we are, and how we identify and share our connections with everyone. It helped me understand that the grandmother that I look to, the grandfather I look to, live within me as well, as I live within them. And that's why I identify with the plants first, because I don't make myself who I am. They help make me who I am. And little aspects, either my laugh, the way I talk, the way I move, they live with me in that. So I'm never alone. And as well as recognizing my relatives that aren't my human beings, that are trees, birds, plants. It's very interesting on campus because you have people just staring at you. But when you take it down to the stories that are behind it, it makes sense. Like you talk to the crows because of what the crow did for us. That's our chain. And to have that respect. They had a heart to it. To recognize that my relatives may not always be right in front of me, but they're there in one shape, form, or fashion. That they're there to protect me and care for me and love me. We are loved. And another thing that I picked up from all of you is that this is my mother. This is my father. This is my mother's father. This is my father's father. And this is me. Whenever I need to be comforted or to be protected, I can make a fist. And in any way I need it to be. I do it not for myself, but for the responsibilities that I carry with that. It's to protect myself or to love myself. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was right. So with the four knuckles, it's the four sacred mountains. The space in between my fingers is the four sacred rivers. And I'm always home, no matter where I go. Even if I have to travel far for my education, it's always right there. And when I rise up to the dawn and sing the morning song, I can hear the birds sing. And that's where our language comes from, is a reflection of nature. So whenever I'm missing home or my people, or just the memories that help shape me who I am, those memories that make you cry, because they're so beautiful. Yeah.
I know. That's cool. One of the things that, because you talk about what our young people are struggling with, and it's not just our young people, I think a lot of our adults are struggling with it too. And I'm not saying the culprit is like our phones and social media, but it's a really good metric, right? It's a compass. It's telling us what we're trying to do. And social media, a lot of the consumers of social media are reaching out trying to make a connection with somebody because they don't, a digital connection with somebody. And what they're lacking is that physical connection, right? To be able to stand in front of somebody and express and share, hoping that that person is listening to them. Because most of the time, people will want to just share and not receive. It's not reciprocal. And on social media, we find that everybody's sharing and nobody's receiving. Right? Or not enough is receiving. And so, when we talk about those things that our young people are struggling, and like I work at a high school in Flagstaff, and I work within the counseling department at the high school. And so, when I stepped into that role, obviously as a parent. And what I noticed with a lot of those young people that came into my office was that they wanted what I was giving to my sons, which was just attention, an ear, listening, in a safe space. And many of them came down and just started sharing. It was interesting for me because I would see, for an example, I would have one young lady would come in and she'd bring her friend and say, she's here to support me. And she would share all of her feelings. This is what I'm going through. This is what's happening. This is why I can't concentrate in school. This is when I almost hurt myself. Or this is because I'm cutting myself. And my friend knows this. I just don't know how to tell my parent. Or all of those things. And then a few days later, the friend would come in and say something that they were struggling with. And they'd bring support. And then before I knew it, not only did they all share with me in a private, personal space, but they all started occupying my office. And they were all supporting one another because they were all connected in one way or another. Whether that was we're all from the same community, we all share the same classes, or we share a room in the dorm, or I know so-and-so's brother, or I'm related. You know, there was always these smaller connections that just kind of brought everybody together. And it was like a weaving. The tighter we got, the closer we got, the stronger we all got together. And then they started supporting one another. And they made quite a family environment for not only themselves, but my children, right? And it made it easier for me to not necessarily say, well, I'm going to be your dad now. No, it made it easier to communicate because now we were community, we were family, and we were talking very openly about things and sharing and supporting and identifying what do we need to do as we move forward, right? Together. And it created such a group with those individuals, and they continue to just spiral out and bring more people into that family, into that community. And I think we need to do that for one another. We need to reach out, or at least make ourselves accessible so people know that we're listening. So that they know that it's okay to do the same thing, right? And that they can in turn reciprocate that. If you're listening to me, then I should listen to you. And so then I have a safe space to be able to share. And I hope that when I share, you share. And that we can work this out and figure this out, because 2 minds is better than 1, right? Any other questions? Oh, please.
I want to commend all 3 of you, because what you have, a lot of young people have this in their homes. A lot of younger kids, generation as we think, the effects of dysfunction, alcohol use, drug use, dysfunction in the home, where I've noticed in the past, maybe 10, 15 years, there's a disconnect from our children, grandchildren, elders. There's a disconnect. When I see our children, they really are suffering because a lot of them are brought up without a father figure. Sometimes the mothers have to becomes our task as elders, grandparents. What advice would the 3 of you say if you saw somebody on the street strung out on alcohol and drugs? What would your advice be? I know that there needs to be compassion reaching to heaven. It just seems like there's this disconnect. And our culture is what has brought us as far as we are today. But there's a lot of kids that don't know the culture, don't care. And when I see young people, everybody here, all the young people here, I have great hope and faith in our because you remind me of me when I was 17 years old, back in the 1970s. We were fighting at that time for all the things that we were fighting for. So, thank you for all three of you. I hope personal advice to help these young people who are suffering and have nowhere to go.
We've had an opportunity to do a lot of community organizing, and we've also been a part of different conversations that in the schools, not just in Flagstaff, but schools all around this region. We've been to schools in Utah and New Mexico, and we've talked with a lot of people. We've gone as far as like Washington and had conversations with multicultural communities. And the one thing that young people keep saying is exactly in response to what you're talking about. They're asking for a connection to their elder. They're asking for a connection to how did you do it, right? What do I need to do now? What kind of guidance, what kind of love, what kind of understanding can you pass down to me? And in our culture, it's already embedded. It's supposed to be that way, right? Our young people are intended to be that audience to the knowledge that we've acquired over all of these years. But our young people are asking for that right now. Now, are we listening to that? Are their parents listening to that? And when we say, when some young people say, I want to hear from my grandparents, and I think what gets mixed up in all of that is that some of us have, like for myself, right? My grandmother's gone, my grandfather's gone. But when I talk about grandparents to my children, they're identifying with their clanship and their community. And so they'll meet a relative and they'll say, based on age and stature and understanding and knowledge, you are my elder. And so I respect you in that way. So you are my grandmother to me. You are my grandmother. And, you know, my sons, like I said, when I was raising them, their mother and I separated. And they ended up in a single parent family. And over the years, they've adopted other mothers. Right? They've gone to other individuals who demonstrated motherly qualities and said, I'm going to show up for you like a son because the way that you show up for me is like a mom. And you fill that need. And now, I know that sometimes it makes it kind of curious for other people, but they're like, oh, that's my mom, and that's my mom, and that's my mom. But like, dang, your dad's. No. I'm not to explain it. It's just how my sons are. The love that they're sharing with them, they identify and they have this respect. And in that same sense, you ask the question, when you see someone that's struggling, right? And we refer to them as relatives because they are. And for me, it's exceptionally close because I had an older brother who chose to live outside of his home, right? And he struggled with substance abuse, and he did that for a number of years. And he has children that have grown and lived without a father for 10 years. And 10 years ago, he passed. You know, that life, those choices, it consumed him. But the one thing that continued to give him strength, to give him meaning, to continue to move forward was his mother's love. My mom would always go out and look for him, regardless if he had broken into her house and stole stuff, had broken things, had, taken her prized possessions and given it away, or introduced, illegal substances to the rest of the children in the house, or whatever. If he got in a fight with one of my other siblings, she would always go back out and look for him. Every time. But she was, no matter how old he was, she was always his mom. When you're in my house, you have to follow can't, then you have to leave. And so he would choose to leave, and then she would go back out. Have you learned? Right? Are you going to be different this time? And I remember just before he passed away, I was working here at the hospital, and he came to see me. He's like, hey, can you ask Mom if I can come home? And I'm like, yeah, let me get her on the phone. And I called her, and she said, no, I don't want him coming home. His kids don't want him here because he still hasn't changed. And I told him that. And I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, Mom doesn't want you back at the house. So he went back out, and I remember him coming back a few weeks later, and he's like, I've been this many days sober. Then he came back again, and he's like, I've been a couple months sober. He's like, I want to come back home. And, you know, he continued to make those choices. He continued to build himself up. He could see himself. I could see him cleaning himself up. He's like, oh, I'm staying with my friend, and I got this job. You know, I get checked out here just to tell you that. Just to tell you that I'm doing better. When I come home, just tell Mom I love her. I'll be home. And unfortunately, you know, even though he made that choice to sober up, he was still displaced, right? He still didn't have a home. And other people took away from him what he had, right? What belonged to him. And he passed away from the injuries of fighting for things. He's like, my mom bought me this jacket, right? My mom got me these shoes. My mom got me these socks. And he passed away from it, trying to defend those things that he knew his mom gave him, because he wanted to come home just to his mom. And then when he was home, he wanted time to figure out, how do I be a dad to my children? And so we've had those conversations with other relatives, whether that's here in Tuba, down in Phoenix, down in Flagstaff, wherever it may be, and sat down with individuals and just talked to them. And in getting to that, through that conversation, through that time, why are you here? Why do you do this? And I remember one older gentleman that's from Cameron said, you know, I'm struggling with all of these things that impacted me, right? I want to hurt myself, but I don't know how. I don't want to do that. I just don't feel worthy. And when I drink, it numbs all that. I forget all of those things. But I can't do this at home. My mom won't let me. I'm like, you're old enough to be my dad, and you're saying your mom won't let you drink at the house. And so to numb all of these other experiences that you went through in life, you go somewhere else and you live behind the dumpster, you go live over in the forest like you've shown me, because you're scared of your mom disapproving the way that you live. So what do you need to do? He's like, well, I want to go home. And I said, if you go home, what choices do you have? He said, well, I got to honor what my mom said. I said, how can you do that? Oh, I got to let her know I love her. And it's in that, right? He's saying, I want my mom to hear me when I say I'm struggling with all of these other things, but I want her to know that I love her first. Because I think deep down he wants what my brother wanted, which is I want my mom to love me and tell me that. Because then I know it'll be okay. And we have to do that when we go out into our community. We have to let our relatives know. We have to let every one of our community members know, I love you even though you don't know who I am. Because I need you, and I hope that at some point you'll have a need for me. Right? And we have to just continue to give time and love. Right? Simply put, time and love. And if we do that for one another, we'll have a much stronger community as we used to have. Right? And all of the things that we're struggling with now will make a little bit more sense, will have a direction, will have some guidance. It's not the answer to everything, but it's the solution to some of that. It's the beginning of a new conversation, a renewed conversation that we should be having.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. As I mentioned before, I had the privilege to grow up and also see these two young men grow up as well. And Daryl has definitely been positive for us in my life, and I'm very grateful for him. I feel like he's having some better kids. I give him a hard time a little bit, but I'm true. I'm only saying that once. Thank you guys for coming out here. I know it was kind of I think the words that they provided are really powerful. It's something that I think we're ending on a really good note. We were going to have a recentering exercise, but just from their words, I already feel rejuvenated. I feel good, and I think we're all moving into this form in a very good way. So, Shelly, did you want to closing comments? And she is our fearless leader. She doesn't like when I say this, but this all would not be possible if we did not have the wonderful, strong leadership of Delegate Ronnie.
I think like all of us, when I see an injustice in our communities, and I hear my people pleading for help, I see it as an obligation and as a duty. And so I just ask the Holy Ones to continue to bless me with the words and the energy to continue to pull together the words and touch the people's hearts. And they were teasing me outside because I have pushed back against President Trump and his comments against women. And I'll continue to stand firm to say that in a leadership role, all of our people deserve respect and honor. And it's not about a political side, because I'm pro-Navajo. I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. But I also know that our women deserve to be honored and reserved because when you have a mindset and ridicule someone, then how can you be a force for that change? Because then you created and you thrived in a system that degrades women and children and communities. And so, as we move forward with this, I ask that any comments that you have, any suggestions, we're open to hear and collaboration. I know this is our first meeting here in Tuba City. I will be reporting back to your council delegate, and our hope is that the community itself pulls together, and whether it's an action team spearheaded by the medical center or behavioral health, you have resources here. And so we'll get criminal investigators to provide the data so that you know what's going on in your community. And you also start looking at what are the families that are in crisis. Because if the families in crisis, if we focus our attention and really start looking at them and helping them see that there's hope, there's people that care, that's ground zero. Because we could tell if there's that intergenerational trauma. You'll have a story, and when I mentioned Ashlyn Mike earlier today, and when we started looking at her murderer and who took her life, I started looking at his family background. It was all red flags. He was living in a trailer, like one of these abandoned trailers, him and his brother. They were severely neglected and abused throughout their life. Their parents had that same experience. Their grandparents had that same experience. So for 50, 60 years, this whole family just lived on the margins. the community knew about them, like how you know about community members here. You know that they're living out there, sometimes in tents, sometimes moving on, but if you let that fester, it'll come out and it will manifest into something, and it's literally tearing our families apart. And so that's why we do the work that we do. It's sometimes not as popular or not as supported across all of Navajo, maybe at a chapter meeting. But I think looking at this work are what are the next steps. So I'm going to change my schedule, and I'm going to follow Commissioner Hovland down to Phoenix, because we're going to give a report to the governor of Arizona and his team on the work that we've been doing for the missing and murdered Indigenous women. So a state task force, they don't have that same flavor as we have here, because they're not coming to the communities, they're not hearing stories. And so we want Governor Ducey and his team to know what we're doing. And we'll also be working with the late Senator John McCain. His wife Cindy is very involved in human trafficking. And so we'll be meeting with them for the intersections. And a lot of times decisions are made not in official settings. And so we have to be there as Navajo, to be there in discussion, to have these conversations. And so keep us in prayer. Pray for yourself, for your community, for your family, for your leaders. And also, we wanted to end on such a positive note. So if you have any or coming out, Mark, I appreciate you and your voice. Because a lot of times we went through that whole cycle, right? I feel like we did it together. We had a support group right here. We shed tears. But there's hope, there's resilience. At our first forum, a young girl stood up and said, I want to know my teachings. My family, they can't offer me that. So when we say it starts at the home, we have to recognize that some homes are the most dangerous situation for our children. But if we could reach out of our comfort zone and start mentoring or looking at others, then we can do it collectively. And being kind takes no federal funding. You don't have to document it anywhere. But you literally, and in my experience, can change the trajectory of someone's life by being kind. Because that person might have had a bad experience, and you might have been the person with your kind words change their mindset. And so when they went home, they had the ability to kind of get over that negative kind of thought process. And so we'll close. And I just want to thank Tuba City. And so I want to make sure I identify everybody here. So we have Tuba City Public Health Nurses. And then you ask where are you from? Division of Environmental Health. The ones who inspect the buildings. Wow, you were here all day. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shimon, you're with Tana. Customers of Tana, employees, those back there? Okay, visitors? Yes. My uncle over there?
I'm Tony Robbins, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Natural Resources.
Natural Resources, so no raising complaints here.
A lot of stuff that you're talking about also manifests in the work that I do, because a lot of those raising disputes are issues related to what you guys are talking about, those social breakdowns of families and things like that.
We have some evidence to that connection, because when there's violence and people want to build their home, like they use that against them. So when we start talking about manipulation, they'll use those grazing permits to either stop someone from coming in or not allowing them to like build. But just the odds back here with the hat.
Local business owner.
I'm glad you're here. Smart here.
I'm from Andrea. I'm a Native American church president of Quebec City in Malawi.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Drew. So a huge healing component is for the families. So when we go in prayer, I was asked, what kind of ceremony do you do for families that are missing? And what was told to us was, we don't pray, how do I say this? The prayer is not for that person just to come home, but the prayer is to give that person strength to make it back. So I think sometimes in our prayer, we just say, I want them to come home. It's give that person the strength, whatever situation they're in, to come back to where it's like we're creating that beacon for them to come back. So I appreciate you being here, Chef. Can I get Tanisha?
I work with DB, health departments, health promotion, disease prevention.
For Tuba?
Yeah, very process. So, calling for lawyers.
Nice. And health promotion plays a big part. One of the preventative work, awareness, campaigns. And so we'll need your help on that to let the community know. One thing that I also want to work on here is transitional housing. And so that's something that we can talk about. Thank you. We talked with Commissioner Fowler, so I'm glad that's something that came out and represented. I appreciate that. And then Shama, here from
I've been with the Bed Freeze organization back in 1985, I think. I would come home to visit, and parents lived out there with no water, no electricity. They couldn't repair their homes, and I'd come home and say, why is this going on? So I researched some more knowledge on the freeze, and I started reading over at my brother Frank Senior, and got the organization started, and it was really interesting to learn that nobody knew about things. There was actually a law in Congress. And so we went to the train and J.P. Haber back then, Austin, and got involved in all this politics, you know. And when I was 17, I was part of the American Indian. We used to go marching Farmington, and all those village going. And I'm like you know, when I see injustice, if there's something I can do, I'll do it. And then fast forward to the Escalade thing that was going on a couple of years ago. And when I found out that $65 million was going to an outsider from Scottsdale, and we didn't know scholarships. Why are we doing this? That's the same thing. It's for our medicine. Right? And so when I see things like this, God is there for that problem. And, you know, it just really touches my heart, especially when it hits home, close to home. And I said before, again, I'll say it, we're not focused. We're not alone. All of us together, all the professionals that are here that see this on a daily basis, you know, let's put our heads together. And let's do this. We can't depend on others to do this. We can't depend on governments. I'm here. We're the ones that are going to do this. So that's, I'm just a big mouth, don't just kidding. One big mouth to another. I know you introduced yourself earlier. So you're a parent. My mother who's here, my son's been missing for over 28 months. Because I lost a daughter this past May. And I'm just really hoping, let's hope, on that faith, that the son is okay and he'll come home. And so far, I don't think I'll be able to they're adults, they're still your children. Still the baby. Every day is a struggle for me. I'm thankful for criminal investigations and the police department keeping tabs with me so I may not know the door where I can come in and see if they found out anything new. Anxiety is really, really bad. Just seems like it's still fresh and still raw. I know it's been gone years now. It's really hard for me because of the way I talk most days. This morning on the children's meeting, meeting to whatever I actually feel a lot better now that I'm not alone at this home. One sister that really were very close. And she just told me she became only up to come to see us. So it was all the people around here, they all Mexican people, and they told me. I felt so alone in all the things. Mostly every day. Can't do everything. Tried everything. She was looking for me. His name is Brandon Sandoval. My son's name. I was not really into feeling I didn't realize him anymore, but I still love him. I should have known to 4:30 in the morning. That's how lucky he is. Alright. Things still things to must go. hospitals as far as I can ask for John Doe, there's someone there that's in the hospital that needs to be identified or then all the time there's here. I don't know if there's authority, but we mention people. It's been this long and we've never done any sort of staying in contact. See all of them. Always look over. So I decided to send these forever forms and friends will talk, none of them talk. Then do criminal investigators and get them contacted and nobody will talk about what's there. I know there's someone that knows about that. Thank you, please. Somebody come forward. Yeah. Here Western area. And so we did record this session. I'm not sure if we're live, but what we do is as we coordinate with all of the different researchers, we're going to go back to the stories that we heard. Sorry, again, in more of the resource gaps. And then what we want to do is send it out to local communities and providers, because we need you to review it and make sure that it makes sense for your community. The stories that we hear in Tuba are very different from what we first heard in Shiprock. And then when we went to Flagstaff, we heard different stories because of jurisdiction and other issues. And so our goal is to try to make this as transparent as possible. And so we're working on an update, do you have KTNet up here? On my side, KTNet around 6 o'clock it starts going out. We have another local radio station, but we think we want to, what works best for us, right, in awareness is giving on radio and letting people know this is happening. We don't want families to know that they live alone. And that's kind of what is when we're working with families, starts eating away at them because they feel so isolated and they don't know who they can talk to. And so we do have families that are starting support groups themselves. And it's interesting because the type of violence that happens, we now see that families who lost, like her husband was a police officer, like she's coming to our meetings now because she's going through the trauma. And she'll say, everybody comes around, and then when everybody leaves, the silence is deafening me. Like, I don't know what to do with myself. And so we'll continue to support each one. And the providers here, let's have those conversations about how we can support our families that are doing this. And again, I'll go back to school, the school, because we are looking for a mother with 2 children, and her children now are having suicidal ideation.
the TANF and having your customers come out. I was on TANF when I went to college, and so, yeah, TANF like helped me pay for my rent to go to school. And so I tell all the families, like, I had no idea at that point that I would be a delegate. Not even how I wanted to be was a delegate. But that's when they were buying themselves rings, and I thought that was so crazy. But I think what we started here is the foundation for healing, and we'll continue to nurture that type of healing. So yeah, thank you for coming out.
I'm not sure how to end, but I just have a suggestion. Can we get in a circle and hold hands and do it like together? Sure. Ending in prayer?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay, I'll go ahead and lead us in prayer. Grandfathers, we thank you for the day today. We thank you for all the things that have been shared today. We thank you for the opportunity to hear each other's stories, each other's emotions, each other's thoughts. Grandfather, we thank you and hope that, and ask that you help bless us and give us more prayers as we continue on with the council delegate Amber and all that she's doing, the forefront she's making in helping create a task force and other things that she's gone through as she goes to her meeting tomorrow and meeting with others down in the state of Arizona, which we know the state of Arizona is very conservative and we're always on the back burner and things put back in this way, but we ask that you help open those doors, open those eyes, open those minds, and open their hearts that things will come better for the people that are hurting, those that have lost ones, Grandfather Margaret here as well. I ask for your continued blessing. Thank you for bringing the March boys and the March young men to us this evening, giving us the strength and the hope and the guidance that this is our future and that we can make changes, Grandfather. We ask that you help us to continue to make things better. And we know the core of everything that we're dealing with, the trauma, the abuse, the suicide, everything that we're having to deal with, the alcoholism, the drug abuses, Grandfather. It's from all the hurting that we have. Help us to face that. Help us to look internal and try to continue to make it better for ourselves as well as our children. And thank you for the Marks family to tell us, look at ourselves. If we love ourselves, we can love others as well. We're the example for others. And thank you, dear Father, for making it available for us and sharing all of our wisdom. Again, ask for your help in helping all the service providers that are here to look at their programs internally and help to make it better for the people that we serve as well. And thank you, Grandfather. We ask that you continue to bless us and our families and to help lessen our burden that we might be having in our hearts and our minds. Amen. Thank you.
So we'll break and leave ourselves in a circle, but go home in a very positive way. So take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. Love yourself.
Can I, just one thing, and I appreciate that, thank you. One of the things that we can do to take care of ourselves is, again, look back to our elders and what did they do. When the sun's setting, and when the sun's rising, our elders tell us to go out and greet the sun and go out and make those offerings as the sun sets. The reason they ask us to do that is when we're standing, whether that's in moccasins or bare of reconnecting to the earth. Now, scientifically, they'll tell you that there's benefits to this. You stand out there for 20 minutes or more. That electromagnetic charge that exists in the earth actually has an opportunity to flow through your body and promote blood flow to your face and to your brain. So it's good for you to get out in the morning when that sun's coming up so that you can greet that sun because you allow that electromagnetic energy that's transferring over the earth because of that rotation and your connection to the earth to allow that to flow through you. So another way to take care of yourself is just reconnect. Yeah.
Can I say something too? Of course, you have to go in my own language, never okay. Especially other so I work with that Somalia preschool, and a lot of times when we go over there, which way does the sun come up? They don't know. Of course, they don't go. I thought they didn't okay for that. So no, yes, but we're not teaching our little ones which way the sun comes up and which way it goes. Because that some of the things that we need to do, talk about to our little ones. And if you really ask them how that was hard, they don't know. We only get up at noon to done. So that's some of the biggest problems that our little ones are facing right now. And I try to encourage the sun comes up this way. You have to go face the sun. Just make it away and then get up. But a lot of times they oversleep and or take in bed. So we all need young kids that you have that responsibility to encourage them. So in my own way, and on top of that, I try to talk to them in Navajo, in our own language. So, they have how come we're not using that? Even at hospitals in there, why do we use the Lagona at the front desk? They don't even know what Navajo language is. Our elder, our Squida, the son, a lot of them, they don't even know what their problems are, and they're sick, and they come to your office out of question, and some of them don't even know how to write. That's a lot of the problems that we face. And a lot of times I go to the hospital with my wife, and I try to help the elderly, trying to explain what's going on. They don't know how to write it down. Navajo interpreter, not talking about it. How come they don't do that? And how come they have to use a white lady that doesn't know Navajo language at that front desk to take note? Navajo traffic no hospital. So ella opa conosciuto to help the people. Volunteer
Can I just say share one thing? I work in the school system, and if there's one thing that I can encourage you to do is to make sure that your children know their full names
and the parents' names. And I'm saying this because many of them don't even know the mother's name and the father's name other than by mommy or daddy or whatever they call each other, you know, the adults call each other. So please make sure that they know your names, grandpa's, your full names, okay? Not just nicknames, but full names and addresses and phone numbers, because they can memorize those things. So if you can do that, please do that, okay? Because that's a start, and you know, that's just really a way of protecting themselves as well. So please do that when we go home this evening. Thank you, Daryl, my son, grandsons, thank you very much. Okay, love you guys. When you see them, this is just how they are in flag, okay?